responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, we have a supplementary agenda that was emailed out on Thursday morning. It is 15H, which is the conversion of movable bridges, community of Wallaceburg. This evening, I have not been notified of any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, for open session agenda items. And I'd like to move now into the deputations. This evening, we have 5 deputations, and the clerk office will read them aloud now. The first item is with regards to item 14A, and that's the Ontario Heritage Act request to remove property from Municipal Heritage Register, 49 George Street, Community of Blenheim. Dear Mayor Caniff and Council, please accept the following letter for your consideration and feedback. As background, we have been actively involved in various philanthropic projects spanning over 50 years in the Blenheim and surrounding community. We are proud to call Blenheim our home. We were shocked and intrigued at the same time when we saw the listing appear for the sale of the Blenheim United Church. As active community members of St. Mary's Catholic Parish in Blenheim, we were also aware of the significant human and financial resources required to maintain and operate the churches in today's environment. We are certain the staff, management, and members of the church community worked long and hard before being left with this difficult and heartbreaking decision to offer the property, building, and contents for sale. We are confident they had no other choice. We, like many other potential purchasers, envisioned that the location of the property was the perfect spot to develop something that would enhance, beautify, and benefit the town center. As we can see throughout Blenheim, to flourish, town centers need help. After careful deliberation, we concluded that a senior living complex would be the viable option and a perfect fit for the next phase of our local efforts. It would be close to all local amenities and services that seniors depend on: policing, local health care, and post office, banks, restaurants, and retail sector are all within walking distance. We didn't want to see the property scooped up by anyone with commercial intent, so we made the decision to acquire the property. After the deal was signed, sealed, and delivered, we learned that the main church building's heritage designation. While we definitely understand the importance of this designation, its historical significance, are also faced with the stark realization that maintaining the building in accordance with that designation is virtually impossible. The extensive environmental study we commissioned on our church and adjoining buildings alone revealed significant issues with the mold and asbestos. Leaving the building in its present state is not feasible. It does not allow for the practical utilization of the rest of the property for the complex we envision. Our intent is to do something beneficial for the community and citizens of Blenheim. There is absolutely no profit motivation whatsoever. In conclusion, we respectfully request that the members of Council to consider the removal of the heritage designation for the Blenheim United Church so that we can continue planning for this project. We are more than willing to enter into a legal commitment with the municipality to ensure its completion in a timely manner. Yours truly, Peter and Annie Timmermans.
The next deputation is with regards to item 15F, the right-of-way water access surplus land review, and it's from Sandra Jones. I am very disappointed to read the recommendation that administration will review opportunities to divest rights-of-way which end up bodies of water throughout the municipality. I assume this strategy will include the 11 water access points along Rondo Bay in Erie O. These landmarks were designated as the area developed from a coal yard to a village, from summer cottages to a region that 389 residents have made their permanent home according to the 2016 census. There are many families who have lived here for generations, and there are many more who have chosen to relocate here because they are enamored of the amenities this area has to offer. We did our due diligence prior to purchasing our property, had conversations with longtime residents, and searched out public records. The Village of Erie O official plan from 1997 sets out very clear guidelines and expectations for the future once the village was incorporated into the municipality of Chatham-Kent during amalgamation. One of the key takeaways from this document is that these 11 well-known notorious points would remain municipally owned and therefore provide public access to water. I am very cognizant that this document was produced over 20 years ago and that the people, times, and thinkings may have altered over time. But the changes you're proposing are astronomical to the people who own property here. I understand there have also been land use disputes in many other communities, but I am not naive and know that the situation affecting our lane was cataclysmic in forcing this issue to the forefront after all these years. So for the players involved feel they are very authoritative within the municipality and have leveraged this influence to manipulate and persuade some of the decisions made by municipal employees. Municipal staff have shirked their duties and have been negligent in maintaining these properties, and now, unfortunately, high water levels have forced resources in these areas. Staff is now proposing to divest properties rather than deal with the issues at hand. Because staff have been negligent and have allowed unauthorized encroachments, alterations, blockages, and restrictions to access points to continue for extended periods of time, they themselves have created disputes amongst landowners. Rather than deal with the issues in a prompt and equitable manner by following the rules and regulations as set out in municipal bylaws, staff is now proposing to sell these parcels rather than dealing with the festering conflicts that have been instrumental in creating. I believe municipal staff needs a gentle reminder that their employer is actually every tax-paying citizen of Chatham-Kent, not the corporation. They are being employed to protect the greater good of each and every resident and to perform duties that are in the best interest of all residents, not duties which they can pick and choose, duties that do not cause any conflict, and duties that fit the personal agenda of some wealthy and self-proclaimed prominent individuals. I am concerned with the statement, staff will identify parcels for divestment and consult with neighboring landowners for input. Being cognizant of the fact that all taxpayers are the true owners of these properties, not staff, not council, and not the corporation, I hope and assume no divestment will happen behind the scenes and/or in closed session, and that the general public will be permitted to have input prior to divesting in any of the municipal infrastructure. I am also in disagreement to the fact that these properties will be offered to abutting property owners as first right of purchase. These parcels may be of great interest to numerous people in the general population for a multitude of purposes in order to enjoy year-round access to the waterfront. Being owners of these small parcels may be the only property available to many due to their financial means. Section 7.1.5.5, page 7-31 of the official plan quotes, "The municipality supports the accommodation of lifestyle and resort communities in appropriate locations where the shoreline areas that provide principal residential and recreational related uses." I found it very interesting that this section was not quoted in your report, as Erie has definitely been identified as a resort community. Ask any resident who pays an enormous amount of taxes for service levels we receive, especially those of us living on single vehicle width road classes as lanes. The municipality should promote tourism uses that provide for year-round tourism-related activities to create sustainable tourism industry and support commercial businesses that historically cater to seasonal tourism activities. How many taxpayer dollars are spent advertising Erie as a year-round tourist destination? This is a destination that is only accessible for those wealthy enough to access motorized water vehicles, or are canoes, kayaks, paddleboards, etc. welcome as well? Are these non-motorized users expected to launch from the busy marinas or the public beach and navigate the choppy waters of the federal channel in order to access the calm waters of Rondo Bay? Are these points being considered to also be utilized for birding, water, and waterfowl observations? What consideration will be given for ice fishermen to access the bay? And more importantly, if ice rescue operations are required? Section 7.1.5.3 quotes, "Secondary tourism nodes provide appropriate locations for smaller scale and less intensive tourism development, which may be associated with a significant lookout, view, nature feature, and ecotourism." The general public has been greatly impacted by regulations set out by the DFO and MNR as they negatively affect the quality of the public beach in Erie. The area that is usable by the general public is becoming smaller each and every year due to the lack of maintenance and cleaning of brush and vegetation during key growth months. The amount of garbage present has also dramatically increased as the quantity and size of collection receptacles has decreased since mechanical equipment is not allowed on the beach surface during high usage summer months. Perhaps this area should be evaluated, taking away the resort area tax level rating. Please be mindful that Rondo Bay waterfront has been identified numerous times in the shoreline study documentation with regards to species at risk and fish and turtle breeding grounds. The possibility of selling these properties to private individuals could have detrimental effects on the water quality of the bay as a whole. I ask for council to abide by their previous decision to adapt the official plan using key section 7.1.5.4.1.2, page 7-28, quoting, "The municipality shall endeavor to maintain municipally owned land, public right-of-way, and unopened road allowances where abut the shore to protect important views and accommodate opportunities for lakeshore access where appropriate. And therefore, I recommend that the 11 municipally owned water access points in Erie O not be considered for divestment. Respectfully, Sandra Jones."
The next deputation is on item 15B, which is the temporary arena repurposing recommendations. We have 3 hockey leagues that are willing to play in the Bothwell Arena. You would have lots of revenue, if not more than these leagues alone, than taking out the ice, using it for volleyball, pickleball, soccer, etc. There is no reason why we cannot proceed with these 3 leagues, men's 50+, women's and men's competitive, not to mention minor hockey. You are stopping people from the regular activities and staying active, which all of these leagues would promote. Chatham, Blenheim, Tilbury all offer leagues to use their ice in their dressing rooms as long as protocol for COVID is met, which it would be. We are part of Chatham-Kent and have a right to be able to participate in hockey. You have revenue waiting for you, but for some reason, Mr. Tuckwell will not give his okay for Dresden or Bothwell arenas. Why? Ridiculous. Why take the ice out and use it for other activities when you have 3 leagues waiting and ready to play? There is your revenue. We as citizens of Bothwell have the right to be able to play the sport of our choice, especially when other arenas of Chatham-Kent already have this right and have exercised it. The arena was meant to be used as an arena in the wintertime, which means ice activities. You have gyms for pickleball, etc. Please do not take out the ice of Bothwell. You are making a big mistake. Elaine Heineck, speaking on behalf of myself and John Heineck.
The next deputation is also with regards to item 15B, and it's from Carrie Lunn. If the arenas in Chatham-Kent would open their dressing rooms like all other arenas in the area, the Bothwell Arena would get used. There are 3 leagues and various weekly rentals that would use them. Secondly, if these arenas are not being used for ice purposes, why do we have staff there? Most businesses, when they close the doors, lay off their staff at the premises that staff work at. Why has Chatham-Kent not? Thanks for your time. Carrie Lunn.
And the final deputation is on the same item, 15B. To Chatham-Kent Council, it has come to my attention that the CK Council is considering repurposing some of the arenas within Chatham-Kent. Pickleball is an extremely popular sport, and our regular facilities are closed for an indefinite time. Along with other sports, the Chatham-Kent Pickleball Club appreciates being considered to use Erickson Arena. Repurposing arenas is certainly a creative idea that will support community sports programs. Thank you for your consideration, Paul Welsh.
Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have several reports on the agenda this evening pulled for further discussion, and therefore leaving 8A, C, 9C, 10A, 11A, 11C, and 12A to be pulled in one motion for consent agenda, and I will go through the reports that have been pulled for this evening. We have 9A, the update of the development of the food strategy, pulled by Councillor Latimer and Councillor Carmen McGregor. 9B, Child Care Affordability Plan, pulled by Councillor Kirkwood White. We have 11B, the RFP for the results of the Developing Affordable Housing 2020 Ontario Priority Housing Initiative Year 2 in the municipal funded affordable housing developments. This one has been pulled by Councillor Kirkwood-White. 13A, Working Remotely Policy, has been pulled by Councillor Thompson, Councillor McGrail, and Councillor Latimer. Next, 14A, the Ontario Heritage Act request for removal of property from Municipal Heritage Register, 49 George Street, Community of Blenheim. This item has been pulled by Councillor Thompson and Councillor Sakachi. The next one is the motion of Councillor Sakachi. Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Thompson have pulled this matter. The notice of motion of Councillor Thompson has pulled this one. The next report being pulled is 15C, temporary arena repurposing. It has been pulled by Councillor Harrigan, Councillor Sakachi, Councillor Wright, and Councillor Pinsino. 15C, the leaf and yard waste services modification, has been pulled by Councillor Thompson, Councillor McGrail, Councillor Kirkwood-White, Councillor Latimer, Councillor Harrigan, Councillor Sakachi, Councillor Wright, and Councillor Pinsino. 15D, the sidewalk policy replaced with Local Improvement Act. This has been pulled by Councillor Brock McGregor and Councillor Latimer. 15E, the use and care of municipal highways bylaw. This one has been pulled by Councillor McGrail. 15F, right-of-way water access surplus land review. This report has been pulled by Councillor Thompson, Councillor Latimer, and Councillor Sakachi. 15G, bridge divestment criteria. This report has been pulled by Councillor Oche, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Latimer, Councillor Harrigan, Councillor Sakachi, and Councillor Pinsino. And the final report, 15H, conversion of movable bridges. This report has been pulled by Councillor Carmen McGregor, Councillor Thompson, Councillor McGrail, Councillor Sakachi, and Councillor Pinsino. Mr. Mayor, that's all we have, and we have a motion now to approve the remaining reports in the consent agenda.
Okay, Councillor Wright and Councillor Oche, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a move on that.
Seconded.
Okay, any questions? Hearing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Item 9, information reports.
9A, update on the development of the Chatham-Kent food strategy.
Councillor C. McGregor and Councillor Latimer, can I get you to put on the floor, please?
Happy to. Seconded.
Okay, Councillor McGregor, to you, and then over to Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, and through the mayor. I hope that everyone had the chance to read and digest this report. I've sat on this council actually for my full council term, both terms, I guess, so far. And it's taken a lot of different directions, starting from a food security master plan and through to different venues and what's going to work within Chatham-Kent. The reason I pulled this tonight was to ask that each councillor, if you haven't had the chance to do it as of yet, that you please go through, and there is a survey that's out there, and they really need council's input on this. It will be going out to other community members and such, but they really need council's input. And I believe there's a link right in this report that you can go to, and it runs until November 18th. We had a great discussion at our Board of Health meeting last week, and a very good presentation brought to us by Lindsay Davidson and Janelle Arnu, I guess. I'm hoping I'm saying her name right, but this really fits in with everything, especially that we've been working on since we've moved into the pandemic with with our homeless and with the needs that are within our community. They've become even greater, but they've got some really, really great direction that they're taking with the Food Policy Council. So again, I won't go on. We've got a number of items pulled tonight, But I really just wanted to point out that it is greatly important that each councillor go in and fill out the survey that's attached to your agenda. If you have it electronically, if not, you can always get it through the CK Food Strategy, or sorry, through the Let's Talk Food CK.com, which is the food strategy resources. So please take the time to do that, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Latimer.
Thank you through the mayor, and I echo Councillor McGregor, but I wanted to give a special shout out to the mobile market team and the Prosperity Roundtable, which currently enable and make sure that fresh local produce is taken to 11 of our communities on a weekly basis. This service since it's been initiated, has changed. It's changed in how it's actually they're sorting the food and enabling it to get out to our communities. But it's all been good, and it's been nothing but positive response, and the response is growing. I myself have been out to 4 of the different community distribution sites and have helped out. And there are some regular, wonderful team members. Heather Tulloch out there leading the pack, and I couldn't think of a better person to do that. And some wonderful regular volunteers. I wanted to also say thank you to Lindsay and Janelle for this report. And again, as Councillor McGregor said, please take time to fill out that survey, because I think while they've got some great recommendations and some good action items, they're looking for input from the community to come up with some specific timelines and some measurable variables that can let us know whether or not we are, through our action items, meeting our recommended objectives. So that's it. So keep up the good work.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote. Okay, given this information, anyone opposed? Motion carried.
9B, Childcare Affordability Plan.
Councillor Kirkwood-White and Councillor Finn, can I put this on the floor, please?
So moved. Seconded.
Okay, the floor is yours, Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to Kelly Emery, please. I really don't have any issue with making childcare more affordable for families through the reduction of fees, but this proposal from the provincial government obviously is creating some additional administration work for the staff, and I just wanted to know what that cost might be and whether the extra costs were covered and how so.
Through you, Mayor Caniff, to Councillor Kirkwood-White. There's actually very little cost that's associated, extra administrative costs that's associated with this. What happens is the letters go out from the childcare centers to the parents, and the childcare centers actually do that legwork. They actually record all of their fees into a program, a data program that we have. And we just go ahead with their regular EFT, their electronic transfers on a monthly basis, as we would be anyway for fee subsidy.
Okay, and how many families are going to benefit from this additional revenue?
Well, I will tell you that it's going to be lower than other years, because what we found since COVID is that all of the families aren't back in childcare centers yet. So we're running probably at about 60% capacity, only because parents are deciding, they're not feeling comfortable with sending their children back yet. So last year we had 784 preschoolers, 255 toddlers, and 109 infants. But I would say we're about 60% of that this year, right now.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome.
Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you. I just had a follow-up question to Kelly. Just you mentioned that we were below capacity for childcare, and I know I've heard a number of stories, and I mean my own personal experience is availability is an issue. So I know that this that this funding helps with affordability, but is there an availability crunch in Chatham-Kent, and is there a path forward in trying to address that?
Through you, Mayor Caniff, to Councillor McGregor. I would say yes, and it's a longer story. We do have the space availability. Unfortunately, we don't have enough registered early childhood educators. We're doing some retention and attraction work right now, trying to get more to our community. But as you can imagine, they're not only having ECEs that are helping or that are working in the classroom, but they're also having to have screeners and cleaners and runners. And so it has limited their capacity to go back up to full capacity in their rooms. We are working with the operators. We have weekly meetings with them, and we're trying to work with the college as well and come up with some new strategies to get more staff in the field of early childhood education.
Thanks, really appreciate that update.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, is anyone opposed to this report? Hearing none, motion carried. Item 11, tender awards.
11B, results for request for proposal R20-184, Developing Affordable Housing 2020, Ontario Priority Housing Initiative, OPHI, Year 2, and Municipal Funded Affordable Housing Developments.
Councillor Kirkwood-White and Councillor Crew, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
So moved.
Second.
Councillor Kirkwood-White, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question to Ray Harper. In the report, you talk about $254,000 for social housing repairs being available. And given the fact that there are 13 nonprofit housing providers in town, I just wondered whether any of those groups would be able to access any of these funds, or whether the municipality intended to use the funds for its own housing facilities.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the response to Councillor Kirkwood-White, these funds will be used by the municipality of Chatham-Kent to address our units that are in need of repair. 2020 has proven to issue a lot of challenges, especially related to COVID-19, and this RFP process was not immune to these challenges either. Part of this process was discussing back and forth with MMH regarding the OFI program guidelines, specifically regarding what percentage constitutes a partnership with a nonprofit, as it was not clearly defined in these guidelines. After exhausting efforts to utilize this funding for affordable housing builds, there was a timely consideration for these funds needed to be committed by December 31st of 2020, or lose the funding back to the province. The current state of repairs of our own housing assets, along with the timing considerations, were deciding factors in using these funds for the municipality of Chatham-Kent's own housing facilities. I wanted to add that our private nonprofits have a contribution, capital CRF, capital reserve funding, and that council did receive a report at the end of 2018 at the time to identify the state of each of the private nonprofits. But I am striving to ensure that future RFPs that contain funding sources that have specific guidelines, such as the OFI program, will be posted earlier in the year, which will also allow more time for engagement and evaluation of alternative uses of these funds. These future RFPs will have a strategy to engage with our affordable housing partners to review their current housing assets in need of repair in the event that we do not receive any proposals targeting these types of funding. This process will provide a fair and equitable process for these partners to submit proposals for evaluation to determine how to award these funds, providing they adhere to the program funding guidelines.
Thanks very much, Ray. I appreciate the very detailed report. I just know that there are a number of nonprofit housing providers that do in fact face the same challenges with repairs as our own facilities do. So if there's any way that we can, secure some additional funding for those through the provincial government, appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put this to vote.
One more. And don't forget to hit submit. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Item 13, corporate services.
13A, working remotely policy. Presentation by Mary Ann Fenton, Manager, HR Strategy and Workplace Culture. Mr. Mayor, we have a presentation, and if you can just give us 1 second to set it up, please.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm Mary Ann Fenton, Manager, HR Strategy and Workplace Culture. I appreciate your time today to provide you with an overview of our plans for a working remotely policy. Since March 2020, close to 300 employees of the municipality of Chatham-Kent have been working remotely in an effort to ensure physical distancing, to promote staying at home, to care for children and elders, to reduce group sizes, and to keep employees and the public safe. In August, 524 employees provided their feedback in surveys conducted to evaluate the effectiveness of working remotely. Remote workers were pleased with employees working remotely. They're interested in continuing. They reported increased productivity and mental health and look forward to new tools to collaborate more effectively with teams. Supervisors of remote workers were pleased with their employees working remotely, reporting tasks being completed effectively and efficiently. Supervisors continue to measure and monitor employee performance, whether working on-site or remotely. And workers at regular locations were satisfied having some staff working remotely. Many are interested in working remotely in the future, if possible, for their position. They look forward to technology efficiencies to further reduce manual processes. This data supports a long-term strategy for working remotely. The business and financial case for working remotely was prepared by Chatham-Kent's Corporate Economic Recovery Committee in support of the CK Growth Strategy. The committee recommended integrating the concept of teleworking into the municipality's operational philosophy and service delivery model to leverage telework as an instrument for economic development and growth. Savings for employers include increased productivity and increased value from IT investment. Employer costs can be lowered through reduced real estate, absenteeism, and employee turnover costs. Employees working remotely may save in fuel, insurance, and clothing. Having employees working remotely can benefit the community as well. It supports Council's climate emergency declaration by lowering transportation emissions related to employee commuting. It extends the talent pool to align with municipal and community talent attraction and retention strategies. And it also meets the demand for a teleworking culture being seen across private and public sectors, which is expected to remain strong after COVID-19. Based on this business case and the data from the employee surveys, we recommend that employees currently working remotely and approved to work remotely on a continuing basis due to the pandemic continue working remotely until March 31st, 2021. At that time, the status of the pandemic will be reassessed and a decision regarding the extension of temporary remote working will be made. It is also recommended that a formal working remotely policy for beyond the pandemic be piloted, allowing employees in positions eligible to work remotely the opportunity to request working remotely. And finally, we recommend that the working remotely policy be fully implemented in 2021 to annually approve those working remotely for the upcoming calendar year. We believe that working remotely can be a win-win for both Chatham-Kent and our employees. Thank you for your time.
Councillor Thompson and Councillor McGrail, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Happy to put it on the floor.
I will second it.
Okay, the floor is yours, Councillor Thompson, then to Councillor McGrail.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was really happy to give this report a read over. I thought there was a lot of great work in it. And I think it's a step that we need to seriously begin to wrap our heads around. especially long term. I did have a couple of questions, and I am going to be a little bit on the spot because I didn't submit these beforehand. So I was wondering, how many office style workers would you say we have within the municipality?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. If you look at Appendix E in the report, you will see that we are suggesting that there are approximately 224 different positions that we've identified could potentially work remotely in the future. Right now, there are about 154 positions working remotely, but we do think that with a few more pieces of progress related to technology and processes, that could be up to 224 positions within the next year or two.
Now, when you say positions, is one person one position, or could there be multiple people in those positions?
Some of those positions have one incumbent. Other positions could have multiple people in that position.
So as a percentage, just for a layman looking around, would you say 50% of our kind of like, you know, our city hall or our PABC or our, what's another one of our buildings we own, those workers could potentially work from home? Would it be lower? Would it be higher?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I can't say that I could give you an exact percentage right now. We do know that if we looked just at the Civic Center right now, it's about 38% of the employees that normally report to the Civic Center. About 38% of them are currently working remotely 4 or 5 days of the week. So it does mean that there's still about 62% of the employees at the Civic Center alone that are either working full-time at the office still or are still working at least half-time at the office. Now, to take a look at other buildings, it depends. I would say that those at Community Human Services, a significant number of them also have been identified as being able to work remotely from their positions, but there are still many front-facing positions and many technical professional positions that need specific equipment or tools that are on site at many of our buildings.
No, I understand that absolutely, and I think there is clearly going to be a separation between people who can, or positions rather, that can and can't be remote, as well as, you know, particular individuals who can and can't be remote. How does our plan that we've laid out here kind of compare to others? I know I had sent a comment along to Ms. Hoffman in regards to the Brantford plan. I was wondering if you could speak to just kind of how we've come up with this plan and where we compare to maybe some other of our neighbors.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. We certainly were in touch with many municipalities across Ontario as we were deciding how we were going to move forward. We did want to find out the ways that they were moving forward to keep their employees at home safe and their employees in the office safe. Specific to the municipality that you're referencing, we did not reach out specifically to that one during the time that we were developing the policy, but generally many municipalities were allowing their staff to start working remotely, and they are mostly working through the process now to identify what long-term strategies can be put in place for working remotely and what impact that is going to have on their buildings and a number of the things related to workers.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Fenton. I think it's a good report. I think it's a cautious first step, and I don't think there's anything really wrong with that per se. The reason I referenced Brantford is a couple of individuals had sent it along to me, and they are looking at about 200 of their 360 working from home and are already well on the way to potentially selling their city hall. So I think as we move forward over the next few months and potentially even a year or two as we try and get these kinks ironed out. It's important for not only our EMT, but our staff and council as well to keep that in mind, that things are definitely changing, and the work that we've seen in the past, the way it's done, is going to change and is changing very quickly and rapidly. And maybe Chatham-Kent doesn't need a civic center, or not one in the traditional sense. Maybe we really only need a smaller building and a council chamber somewhere. Maybe we can rationalize some buildings and move some together. I think it's really important that as we have conversations about renovating City Hall or potentially moving it, we need to keep this in the back of our heads, that we don't build a building for yesterday, that we build one for tomorrow. So I see this as a very important step that is working in parallel with the work that's going on to look at potential new buildings or rationalization. And it's very important we keep both top of mind as we move forward, especially after March 31st. So looking forward to that report in March. Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilor McGrail, followed by Councilor Latimer.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So I too, took a moment and read this report, and I do want to say yes, on the municipal side of the report, I very much agree what's going on. I consider since last March our pilot project, and can you give any kind of reference on savings with our employees, out and working from home? Have we realized any savings as of yet?
I will defer this one to Gord Quinton, as I know that his team has been doing some analysis on this.
Thank you, Marianne. It's Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer speaking. So while there has obviously been some savings to, for example, electricity, as people's computers are plugged in at home versus at work and things of that nature, we still have the building footprints and all the systems running. So and there's actually been significant increased costs, some of them one time and some of them will be ongoing, related to technology and getting our systems able to communicate from remote areas. So even our costs for our VoIP phone lines, for example, has experienced a $40,000 increase in costs. So overall, I would say it's a revenue neutral right now. It is, as Councillor Thompson pointed out, this is the long-term discussion about what a future civic center is and what should be in a town hall of the future, especially at this opportune time when we're looking at renovating the current civic center. While I have the floor, I just wanted to make one comment on the city of Brantford or Brampton, Brantford. They did build a new. They just started completing their new city hall, which is a $26.6 million renovation of a old former federal building, and it's their existing town hall that they're looking at, perhaps with the work from home abilities, is they were looking at, once people moved into the new city hall, renovating the old city hall to be for additional office space, and now they're considering whether they can put that secondary building up for sale. So to me, it's similar, as we have staff scattered throughout Chatham at Park Ave Business Center and on the first floor of Riverview Gardens and elsewhere, at Dove Office and other things. Whether there are some savings where we could all come back to the new Civic Center with some planned sharing of work from home some days and that office others, or depending on the actual activity that the employee was doing.
Okay, I have one more. As I was looking into Gabriel's report, and I think it's on page 11, under private sector teleworking examples, And and then it says municipal teleworking program examples, and it says it is therefore recommended, and there's 3 recommendations there. And I completely agree with the first 2, being number 1, doing a GTA-wide marketing campaign in the immediate short term, aimed at attracting GTA teleworkers to come to Chatham-Kent. I think that's a great idea. And then the second one is Chatham-Kent collaborate with the private housing industry to develop attractive home office design options. But I'm struggling right now with us trying to get to our 0% budget. Having the third one saying Chatham-Kent consider options to provide a financial incentive to newly arrived teleworkers to offset the cost of building a home office. So I just want to make known that that piece is in there. And I don't know like the financial implications of this, but I think knowing that we are trying to get to a 0% budget increase, I don't know how that's going to happen. And us only consider newly arrived teleworkers, whereas we may now have newly existing teleworkers.
Don, did you want to comment on that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe Mary Ann might have some things to add. It's important to recognize that the current program that we have for working remotely is a voluntary system. And with a voluntary system, that limits the financial obligations on behalf of the employer. If we were to move down the road to divest ourselves of some buildings and so on, and that would be a rational thing to do if we could get people working at home. If it became mandatory that people work from home, there is a shift in financial responsibility to the employer, and we would have an obligation to provide certain types of financial support for them to work at home, things like making sure that they have an adequate workspace and so on. So that would be one of the considerations we'd have to have, whether the incentives are, not considered that.
This is for municipal employees, not just people coming to the Chatham-Kent area.
I'm saying that as a general rule, that's one of the things that would have to be considered. So there's always some trade-offs in this sort of thing, but with, I don't know if Gabriel's on the line and he had some additional comments, but with respect to that specific comment that you just had, there may have to be some trade-offs if people are going to be made to work from home, if it shifts from a voluntary to a mandatory requirement. So I wanted to make sure that we're not recommending that right now, but that's something that would have to be considered down the road if it became mandatory.
Okay, because the way I read this report in this piece, we're not talking about municipal employees here.
No, I understand. I understand. I'm just, yep.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you like one example from ourselves as an employer as well, and there may be some other considerations. I don't know if Mary Ann, if you had some additional comments or thoughts.
I was just going to reiterate that that is not at this time part of our recommendations for implementing it here at the municipality.
Okay, but it is in your report, right? And it's saying we recommend, therefore recommended that.
Yes, this document was referenced as part of our report, so that particular document made those recommendations, but the only recommendations we're making at this time are the ones, the 3 that are in our report.
Okay.
We're just referencing the document that they had previously provided.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you. Councillor McGrail has voiced my questions and my issues were addressed through Gord and Don's comments. So I'm good.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I guess my question would probably be to Mary Ann. So I completely understand these circumstances right now as we are looking through the pandemic, but I mean, I don't see why most people would not want to work from home. So my question would be is, how are we doing the monitoring of the performances? How are we addressing, the difference between, the work aspects to the leisure time at home? How are we looking at the risks of productivity? And how are we, how is the paying goes from, for instance, if they're going back and forth to the office a couple times a day and they work, 20 minutes or 30 minutes away from the the civic center or their location they report to. So I can appreciate and support the report. It's just that I really hope that there's a lot of diligence transpiring from a productivity standpoint, because I do know that working from home, as I have many friends of mine working from home, and I know in speaking to them the challenges they face on a regular basis working from home as well. So.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The first piece that I'll address is the travel time that you mentioned before. Staff are not compensated for their travel time within the working day. It's their responsibility to get themselves to and from the office, so that would be on their own time. And then when we talk about performance of our employees, supervisors have been using a variety of tools for years to manage both employees that are at the same site as they are, as well as staff that are off-site, staff that have travel as part of their duty to get back and forth between work sites. And so supervisors have been putting performance management processes in place. They have a variety of ways that they are able to set goals and track accomplishments with their staff. There are many ways that they can see when their staff are online. There are many tools they're using to find out what projects they're working on any given day. Supervisors tell us that they are continuing to monitor performance of their staff, whether they're working in the office or they're working remotely. And even in our survey, employees mentioned that their supervisors were still continuing to provide good performance feedback to them. So we are looking to support supervisors in this way as they transition to finding even more innovative ways to stay in touch with remote workers. But at this time, we have not noticed any significant concerns. And we do encourage supervisors to be flexible with their staff at this time. We know that there are competing priorities and challenges at home. And we do know that many of them are working hard to find ways to get in a full day's work, even though their hours and their time back and forth between the office and their time online and time that they need to take breaks to help out with their family may have altered their daytime, their working schedule a bit. We do know that that flexibility is being appreciated by employees, and supervisors are still pleased with the efficiency and the effectiveness of staff while they're working remotely.
Thank you very much. I guess just to clarify on the question a little bit. So if I'm, per se, working in Blenheim from home, and then throughout the day I have to then go to Chatham, so you're saying that if I have to leave and come back and forth, that they're not being compensated for their time working from home to drive into Chatham through, maybe they have a brief meeting or they forgot a file. I know most of the files are now online, but basically you're indicating that those types of circumstances, that there's no compensation for them going back and forth if they are working from home and have to attend the Civic Center?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. What we find is that the majority of staff working remotely are choosing to be all day at home or all day at the office. If an employee starts out at home and then finds out that they do need to go to the office for something, just like that travel time would not normally be included if it was at the start of their workday, it's also not included if it's in the middle of their workday. So if they do need to travel from Blenheim to Chatham to pick up a file, they're probably doing that on their lunchtime.
Thank you very much. That's all for my comments. I just wanted to add one thing. I can say that through this pandemic that I have not noticed a decline in response to myself if I've had questions at the Civic Center or from staffing. They've been very prompt, and like I said, I just wanted to ask those questions, but I can appreciate the fact that I have not seen a decline in service for myself personally. Anyways, thank you.
Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm not sure where this goes question-wise. My question is concerning council, as we also work from home, which we're all doing right now. My question is, why are we not meeting in person, which I'm not a fan of these virtual meetings at all, and I know the public is not a fan of these council meetings being virtually held. And the reason that I'm questioning this is I'm kind of curious. We own the Bradley Center, we own arenas, We've taken council on the road to Tilbury. So why are we not meeting socially distancing in a safe manner in live council? Because I think we could probably all agree that live meetings not only benefit council, but also benefit the public who can view it, which I'm sure our viewership on television is down by a significant number. So my question is, why can't we meet in live council somewhere? We certainly have the spaces, like, you know, we've got, again, arenas, the Bradley Center, etc. You know, we can all go to Walmart, but and it seems like this is maybe going to go on at least until budget. So if somebody could just address that, I'd really like to know the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Judy Smith. So thank you for the question, Councillor Bondi. There are still some provincial guidelines out there that limit the number of people that are able to meet inside. We did also do a survey to council and to, when we were doing the surveys to staff with regards to meeting in council chambers, we had comments both ways for that. Some were in favor, some were not. There are renovations or modifications that would have to happen in the chambers when and if we're ready to move back in for social distancing. The way it's currently set up, we're not able to do that at this time. And then I am part of the city clerk groups where we do email back and forth finding what are best practices and what are the other city councils doing, and there are hybrid models, etc. And as you may recall, the report that we had brought forward and modifying the procedural bylaw to potentially soon be able to have a hybrid type meeting. So we're still looking at all of those things. Just as important as staff, we want to ensure that council and the public remain safe during the council meetings. So we're just not there yet. Speaking about the public and deputations and such, when and if we return to the council chambers, we could do it on a progressive where perhaps deputations would be received downstairs in the atrium if we are limited to the number of people in the room, etc. So there's still things that we're looking at. We haven't abandoned the council chambers yet, but we're still trying to keep everybody safe and follow the provincial rules.
And through you, Mayor Kenneth, thank you, Judy. And I glitched out again a little bit, so I missed about 15 seconds of the audio there. So I'm not sure, but Judy, did you address the idea of arenas, the Bradley Center, like very large spaces? I know council chamber obviously has its restrictions because it's square footage wise, it's just, you know, probably not possible to adhere to the guidelines. But again, what about, you know, Memorial Arena, Bradley Center? And I'm sorry, I may have missed that because I did lose everything for 15 seconds. But
No, Councillor Bondi, I didn't state that, but I know at the time when the clerk's office did meet with building maintenance in the council chambers to look at the setup, we did consider other options such as the Bradley Center that have sound system that would be big enough to be able to social distance and so on. So those are things that we're taking into consideration when we're able to meet again, and we'll definitely continue to look at those different options that we have throughout the municipality.
thank you, Judy. I can't wait.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put this to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Item 14, community development.
14A, Ontario Heritage, request to remove property from Municipal Heritage Register, 49 George Street, Community of Blenheim.
Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Thompson, can I get you to put this to the floor, please?
I will put it on the floor, Mayor Caniff.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Thompson, if you're okay, I'll have Councillor Wright. I'd like to have him put it on, given that he's on the Heritage Committee.
It beats me telling you. It beats me telling you I didn't want to second it.
Okay, I sensed it. That's why. Councillor Wright, you want to second that?
Yes, I will, Mayor Kaniff.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Wright.
In conversations earlier today, Mayor Caniff, I think that it's best that I defer my initial comments to Councillor Wright.
Councillor Wright, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to make the motion to leave the building on the heritage registration list. And if I could get a seconder, then we can get some discussion on this.
I believe that is the motion on the table right now.
Okay, thank you. The building that we're talking about, the church here, I did talk to some people today, and it's in bad state of repair. The cost of the restoration would be in the millions of dollars. And I just wanted to find out what the other councilors thought, whether we should stop here with the registration and move on to other revenues, or to carry on with the registration, but then that would hold up the person that bought it. So I have real mixed feelings on this because of the cost of the restoration, and then the usage afterwards really limits it. So being on the Heritage Committee, it's a hard decision, but there's got to be a common sense decision at the end of it. Thank you.
Ryan, can you answer or address the concerns, please?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm just unclear of what the question was. If I could ask the councillor for clarification on what the question was.
Well, when I talked to Anthony Charles today, he said that if the motion stays, it'll stay on the list for another 60 days and reviewed again. And that's where I had troubles trying to decide what they were going to do here. Because if it's not going to be on the list, it might as well be taken off now and move forward.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Yeah. So the property here doesn't have a formal designation or protection by a heritage designation bylaw. This is another tier of recognition by being listed on the Municipal Property Heritage Register. There's a number of properties across Chatham-Kent that have this listing status, and the only obligation of a property owner regarding any type of restriction on this property is that they provide the municipality 60 days notice in writing of their intent to demolish the buildings or structures located on the property. The Heritage Act doesn't leave a lot of room for options as far as decision making. It's really a binary type choice. Within 60 days, the municipal council must decide whether or not to remove it from the register and let the property evolve in the vision of the owner, which could include demolition, or move to impose protections through the heritage designation process, the formal process that could end with the designation bylaw. So given the relatively short time frame of 60 days to consider such a request, admittedly, the evaluation here was on its face. The facts are that the property was previously identified as being potentially significant to the municipality and certainly to Blenheim and the individual neighborhood. Also, that there was not a formal development proposal in the way of a submission of a zoning or site plan application to Chatham-Kent either. There was some recognition that there are large and underutilized buildings on the property, so the recommendations attempt to find a path forward, recognizing there's a 125-year history with this building, in that the property move one step toward designation by council passing a notice of intent to designate the property. This provides interim protection. It would allow the municipality and council time to consider a future development proposal should one come forward that provides a little bit more certainty of what could replace this building at that property, rather than lose the building in its entirety with an unknown outcome. And then in doing that, there's a recommendation number 2 in the report which does give the authority to the owner to remove certain additions that were put on that original building. Whether or not that's feasible without impacting the original building is not known and could further constrain the owner. Mayor Caniff, I apologize for being long-winded. Heritage is something that does not regularly appear on agendas, and there's some nuance in the Heritage Act, and I appreciate that sometimes we have to take the time to fully understand the decisions being made. So I'll leave it there and happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, Councillor Pinsino, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Your Worship. In my opinion here, we have to stop pushing these heritage properties or heritage on these properties to the owners. If we don't start allowing the repurposing of these older churches, they're going to go to a state of disrepair. The designation limits the property owner's ability to repurpose, and it becomes cost prohibitive. I believe the proposal being offered will be good for the community. I can't support designating this. I think we need to encourage people who want to spend money and take these old properties that eventually are just going to be derelict and turn them into something that's useful in the community. I think we need to get behind that more. And could I ask that in the recommendations, number 1 and number 2 be divided? Number 1, I can't support. Number 2, I can. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and I do apologize for maybe a little bit of a long-winded, quick summary. Being from the Blenheim area my entire life, this church has significant value to the community, and it has served a very wonderful purpose for many years. Not just the actual building itself, but the people that were housed in that building. They've done extraordinary things in the community, and it is a very, very important piece of our history. And I think it always will be a very important piece of history. Councillor Thompson and myself was part of a night there where the community was brought together. Different user groups were brought together to look for ways of repurposing the buildings and to try to find something that can be done with that said building. The members of that church worked very diligently and hard to try to find a way to repurpose that building. Can't say enough about how much the outreach they put in that community and how diligently they tried to do that said effort. In speaking with members of the that are involved in the church, as well as the new owners, I've had the opportunity to meet with personally, to hear the significant costs of the utility aspects, and they have had a report done to show the significant amounts of repair that is going to need in the church. It is a very challenging situation. The challenging situation is the recommendations have two different things that really have no feasibility to the people looking to develop. If you read number 1, it basically says that we're going to designate this Former United Church, and this has been with the potential to designate since 2010 and hasn't been designated as of yet. This is just on the registry. It hasn't been actually designated as Mr. Jacques has said. Now, the second portion becomes very challenging. It says in the second portion to consent to demolish or remove the former United Church buildings, 1940, 65, and 90. So in speaking with the owners, here is the issue. So what this is basically saying that they can remove the 3 additions on the property, but have to utilize the existing church that is on the property. Now, if they do that, because of the way the church has been constructed from the additions, the whole back wall, or at least a portion of the back wall, they have indicated to me, will be exposed. We all know the costs of rehabilitation to these old businesses and churches, and we know one very well here in the municipality, but I won't go down that road. So my fear is that with one and two, there is no real rapport that is going to happen, in the community. And I know our bylaw has been very, it's been monitored very closely, these meetings, but I personally have not had any consultation from residents are opposing this. All the people that have reached to me are in favor. It's a very difficult decision to make. Before I go further, I think it's important to hear Councillor Thompson and Councillor Vladimir, and if it's possible as well, to see if they've received a lot of community. And like I said, I do apologize for the nation. It's just that this church, I agree, I've been to several weddings, funerals, the last service at that, and I know this is a very challenging situation. The church as it stands now will never be able to be a church ever again. The ceiling tiles are falling down. There is asbestos, as was in the deputation, as well as black mold, and unfortunately the significant amount of investment to repurpose the church would be so extraordinary. And let's face it, halls now, there's number 3.
Councillor Sakachi, your internet just is slowing down your conversation there just for the last 30 seconds or so.
Thank you, Judy. Is that better now, or is it still having troubles?
Nope, that's good now.
I apologize. So I guess one quick question for Mr. Jacques is that if this is not supported, if 1 or 2 is not supported because there's no feasibility to it, what then transpires?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. If the recommendation is defeated and there's no further motions put on the floor to vote, the 60 days will run out on November 21st, and the owner would be able to obtain a permit to demolish the building. I also wanted to point out that really, if recommendation 1 is defeated, recommendation 2 is moot. Recommendation 2 is only has an impact if recommendation 1 passes. So thank you. I think that answers the question.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, through the mayor. Thank you for that clarification, Ryan. I have not received one phone call or one person coming to me saying they want this heritage designation to remain. In fact, received lots of support and lots of calls to please support the developer and turn this property into a continued good for the community proposition, as this church has been for many, many years. I won't go into, I totally agree with what Councillor Sakachi has just said, and my research into this issue reflects the same as what he just presented to you. So I will not be supporting these recommendations, and I'm hopeful that at November 21st, it just dies on the floor, and this developer is able to go ahead and do some overall good for our community, especially.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I would just like to reiterate what both Councillors Latimer and Sakachi said. I haven't received any calls opposed to tearing this building down. There's some sadness, obviously, within the community, but I think, to be honest, everybody's been really pragmatic about what exactly it would take to repair and renovate this building, and it's just not economically feasible. I had a chance to tour that building numerous times, actually, over the last few years, and it is hard to tell where the original building ends and the additions begin. It's been added on to so many times, and we met there with the Blenheim BIA. We had lots of meetings. April was there on numerous occasions trying to find some sort of use within the community for it, and it's just not there, unfortunately. And it is unfortunate, I think, that we would lose a building like this. However, it's better than letting it fall into disuse due to just the economic realities of the situation. A local couple bought this building, practically got it for a song because everybody knows what kind of condition it's in. So it'll be a shame to lose the building, but it is the right thing to do. And if we can see some good come out of the property, as the proponents are suggesting, then to be honest, that is the best thing we can do for this corner of Blenheim. And we'll remember what used to sit there. I think I know I won't support the first one, and I thank you to Ryan for pointing out that if the first one fails, I believed as well the second one was moot. So I think that's what we should do tonight. We should see a brighter future for this corner, and at the same time respect the lives and the individuals that building has touched in the past. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we will be splitting it 1 and 2. Now, if 1 passes, then we will go vote on 2. If 1 fails, we'll not be voting on item number 2. So right now the vote will be for number 1 only.
One more vote, councilors. Please remember to hit submit. All votes are in. Motion fails. Therefore, we will not need to vote on motion 2. 14B, motion by Councillor Sakachi, derelict vehicles or buildings and properties.
Councillor Sakachi, and then can I get Councillor Thompson as well to second it?
Be happy to put it on the floor, Mayor Caniff.
More than happy to second this one.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you like me to reread the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. Whereas council hears consistently from citizens regarding derelict buildings and properties in our community which require upkeep and demolition, and whereas many of the most problematic buildings and properties have repeat issues such as fires and other negative impacts on the community, and whereas there's often a public perception that these buildings and properties should be dealt with at a quicker speed, and whereas a municipality is restricted in what it can do and at the speed it can address the issues due to provincial laws, which a municipality cannot change. Therefore, be it resolved, administration prepare a report for council's consideration at a future meeting summarizing the available tools and practices for addressing derelict buildings and properties, the timelines associated with those tools and practices, whether any of those timelines can be shortened, any other items which delay or negatively impact addressing derelict buildings and properties, and any recommendations for changes to process that could help address the important community issue. So I just wanted to basically just summarize this very quickly. This motion was made back in September, and it does not have any kind of the last topic that we just discussed. This was I tried to bring back the last meeting, so I just wanted to kind of make it very clear. You know, through our community, we have seen significant investments in our community, and I think that there are also opportunities for us as a municipality to improve the way we're dealing with properties. And properties across the municipality have seen negative issues such as repeated fires, access, you know, squatting in those properties and causing damage to neighboring properties. And I just kind of want to face with Chief Case as well to see if he had any comments on motion to self-explanatory.
Councillor Sakachi.
In positive change in the community.
Councillor Sakachi, you're really breaking up. It must be the internet connection. I mean, we could hear you, but it was really broken up.
Okay,
Councillor Sakachi, you're really breaking up. So we're going to move on to the next one just because this is your motion and I want you to be able to speak to it, and we'll see if we can get a clear reception in a few minutes from you.
yeah. All
Okay.
right.
Therefore, Council, we're going to move on to 14C and just give Councillor Sakachi a chance to have a better internet connection. 14C, motion by Councillor Thompson, respite fences.
Councillor Thompson, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Here's the thing, I don't have the motion in front of me yet because I wasn't ready. So if I've got to read it, that is going to take me a moment or two.
Councillor Thompson, it's on the screen.
Is it on the screen? I can read what's on the screen. That's easy enough. My motion is that administration draft an information report regarding potential bylaw options to prohibit the creation of barriers or spike fences that obstruct views.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Finn.
Happy to second that.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, floor is yours.
All right, and I found the original motion, which adds a little bit of what I am aiming to do here. It's come to my attention through a couple of various residents and situations within the municipality, and it's a dicey one. I understand that in regards to spike fences. A spike fence would be one that sounds just like that. It's put up out of spite. As councillors, we all know we have to deal with squabbling neighbors on a fairly regular basis. We have some rules in place right now in regards to the height of fences and the locations, but they sometimes don't go quite far enough, especially when you're dealing with something like a view or access to properties. So there are some benefits to businesses. Just for instance, if you were, say, a Bayside business and somebody put up a large fence and ruined that view, there's benefits for residents, for property values, and economic well-being as well. So it's going to be a tricky one. There are other municipalities, I couldn't find any in Ontario, but they are actually quite common in the US as well as over in Britain too. So it is something that can be done and has been done. I forwarded off a couple of pictures to council earlier today in regards to one particular issue that we're dealing with in South Kent. So just looking for an information report. I think that's the key takeaway here, to look at the potential of putting something in place, which would include how we're going to police it and how we would draft one as well. So looking forward to support. And since it is going to be a long meeting, I'm going to end right there.
Okay, I see no other questions. I'll put this to vote.
Yeah, I'm trying to get on here to my phone, but I can't manage to do it. How do I do that, you know?
Okay, and we're still waiting for one more, council. Please hit submit. Okay, and all votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, we'll go to infrastructure and engineering services, item 15.
15B, temporary arena repurposing recommendations.
Councillor Harrigan, can I get you to put this on the floor, and as well as Councillor Pinsino?
Your Worship, I'm not going to put that on the floor.
Okay. Councillor B. McGregor, can I get you to put it on the floor? Is there a second?
I'll move those recommendations.
Councillor Crew?
I'll second that.
Okay. Councillor McGregor, do you have any comments?
I did have a question regarding point number 3 for Jeff. How did we come up at the individual play rates for $8.50 an hour?
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Jeff.
Thanks, Judy. The individual, I was just going with the rates that have been approved by council. $8.50 was the council approved rate for single player shinny. This ties into recommendation number 4. We want to be competitive. We want to work with groups so that we make the facilities viable and adjust them to meet market rates.
Okay, and going forward, if we're not seeing significant uptake based on that rate, would there be any future plans to look at some alternative programming, offering some sort of open floor space or those types of things to try and increase usership?
Yeah, that's correct. This is, as I've noted, this is a trial basis. So we're moving into, for lack of a better term, uncharted territory. So we want to address users' needs, what they're willing to pay. We know that other groups, the YMCA, the Wish Center, have rates that are more competitive than this. So we want to be able to adjust our rates to be make it attractive to users.
Great. And if these recommendations pass, how would a organization, so indoor soccer or another group that's looking for more bulk time slots, how would they go about booking?
They would book through their normal process with our facility allocation assistance. They could also do it online through the customer service reps. So it'd be the same process as booking a sport field or booking ice.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I do have a number of questions and then a request for an amendment. So the first question through the mayor is directed to Mr. Bray. Jeff, I'm just wondering who from public health was consulted about some of the sports that could potentially be played, and to just kind of go one step beyond that, can you outline why there is no formal consultation section in the report?
Public health was through Mayor Caniff, I apologize. Public health was not consulted. We have fielded some calls from the public. I have people that want to look at possibly lacrosse, soccer, a lot of pickleball requests, volleyball, basketball, indoor road hockey. And so we've just gone off of public demand in the last couple of months. What was the second question, Councillor? I'm sorry.
Why there's no consultation section within the report?
We consult. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, normally when we get these reports to council, there's a pretty clear outline of who internally or externally is consulted, and there's just mention of some informal consultation.
Yeah, just informal consultation. I'm not sure why consult with public health, to be honest. And we were just going with user groups at local user groups.
And did you have discussion with some of the Bothwell ICE user groups? Because in Chatham, there's multiple arenas kind of within the vicinity, but in Bothwell, there may not be the same access.
We haven't consulted with them yet. I know that I have spoken with Mr. Hamilton. He's the leader of the Barak group in Bothwell. Most people know he's been very successful in doing dry land activities in the Bothwell Arena when ice is out. I just wanted him to be aware that this was coming forward and that we could possibly use his expertise to make the Bothwell Arena a little more viable. If this was passed, I will reach out to the Bothwell Skating Club. The other group that's there is the Chatham Girls Hockey. They went there primarily, I believe, because they had ice available, but they could be accommodated elsewhere. The last user group there is an individual that rents ice once in a while, 1 hour a week. So there's three sole user groups in Bothwell right now.
Right. I guess where the concern is for myself personally as a counselor, and just in line with some of the conversations that we've had in council and in committee about community engagement, is I almost feel like we're doing this backwards, right? As a counselor, I would rather staff consult with stakeholders connected to some of these facilities before I make my decision, so that I know that you know what it is the community's thinking. And it seems like tonight we're being asked to make a decision and then find out about what it is that the community thinks of that decision. And so I have concerns with that approach generally. I don't think that it gives me enough information to make a decision about this. And I know that community centers and spaces are important to different user groups. Another question I have is, in terms of the need that you're trying to address with off-ice sports, there are arenas in Chatham-Kent that do have halls attached to them, where some sports like badminton or pickleball would be able to be set up just through kind of tape lines in the hall. Was that something that was considered? And can you touch on that?
Really, the only one I think that we could do that in, and we didn't consider it, would be Tilbury and possibly Dresden, I'm sorry. But that's something we could do, but I'll tell you right now, the Dresden site is used for COVID safety protocols to allow spacing for kids to put their skates on. So that would just really leave the Tilbury Hall. That would be big enough for an activity like that.
Okay, I think I would recommend that would be something that maybe could be worth considering if there is demand for this. I would like to make a potentially friendly amendment and then I would like to vote on these separately. I'm not able to support these at this time, but I do think that the line in items 1 and 2 around extending the trial to a typical date of ice installation in 2021, I'd like to request that it be added pending an information report to council, because I think this is something that as council we need to make sure that we're monitoring in the community feedback. So I'll ask for that friendly amendment.
Councillor B. McGregor, or do you view this as a friendly amendment?
Yeah, that's a friendly amendment.
Okay, and Councillor Crew, you good with this?
Yes.
So,
okay.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Like I said, I'm not willing to support this because I feel like there has not been enough community consultation prior to these recommendations coming to council.
Okay, Councillor Pinsino, followed by Councillor OJ.
Thank you, Your Worship. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought 5 or 6 weeks ago we had a meeting to open all the arenas and keep them status quo. We have the funding in place to continue the operations. And I'm going to tell you, the community was blindsided on this one. And I'm talking the community of Bothwell. This year has been like no other one. And if they don't remain open, the user groups will be gone forever, which Next year, you'll come and tell us that there's no usage. At the end of 2021, the arena will be closed. Now, this recommendation may not affect Chatham, but it will affect Bothell. You can guarantee that. Prior to COVID, Bothell Arena's use was up for the winter months, as well as the off-season months, as Jeff had alluded to with Mr. Hamilton. I've heard from the figure skating group as well as members from the minor hockey, and they are planning on being back in there as early as this year. We obviously know the use is down due to the pandemic, and that's something beyond our control. But if we take the ice out of there, you are going to cripple this arena. It's going to be done, and you just got to know that. If all the user groups leave, end of 2021, we'll be on our way. Let's just finish this year off status quo. Give the arenas a fighting chance for next year. I think the Heineck family, their reputation was pretty much right on. And please do not support this. We have to leave the ice in and give this arena a fighting chance for next year. Thank you.
Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. If I'm not mistaken, there's no ice in Thames Arena right now, is there?
Through you, Your Worship, that's correct. We're just finishing up repairs there.
Okay, so why would we take the ice out of Erickson and change all those young Chatham-Kent minor hockey players who some of them are quite small, quite young, and put them on a huge ice surface? And what is the cost for a startup to put ice in? I just don't understand why we would take the ice out of one place and put ice into the next place when we already have it in one place.
The Thames campus is a bigger ice surface, so it lends itself to more social distancing for activity. It's a more cost-effective facility to run. The ice plant is new, and so there's savings there. And you're right, there would be costs associated with putting ice in, but I think it's just a better facility for ice-based activities.
Okay, so for these young kids, the minor hockey, they're playing 3-on-3, and you're going to put them in a huge ice surface, or do you plan on letting go to 4-on-4?
That's up to the association to determine that. I know that the junior leagues are looking at going 4-on-4. I can't say where the junior associations are right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't dictate. That's totally all the COVID-based activity is. We have to follow the guidelines that put out by the OMHL.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Also, Jeff, could you tell me? We had some emails sent to us, and there's old timers in Bothwell that would like to use the ice, and there's a couple other organizations apparently that would like to use the ice. Is there a reason why they cannot?
They can use the ice if they agree to follow our COVID safety protocols. There's other groups in other arenas, men's groups that have agreed to that, and it's been very successful. No one's been turned away.
Okay, and also, are they able to use the dressing rooms in Bothwell? Because I saw an email that said that they cannot be used there.
We have to look at the size of the groups. What we're asking for now is that people come in partially dressed. They have to put their skates on. They have 10 minutes to get dressed and get on the ice. Again, looking at the size of the groups, we have to look at social distancing and if we can accommodate them in the dressing rooms. Every facility is a little different. Some areas we do allow them into the dressing rooms because we
They've abided by the rules. They're very strict getting them in and out, and they've abided by the social distancing.
Okay, so Tilbury is one of the ones that they can use the dressing rooms. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so Bothwell actually, they could if they abided by the rules.
Yep. Yeah, but I can't. We'd have to look at the layout of the dressing rooms. The layout there would allow them to exit out the back of the arena. We'd have to see how many players they have, and everything has to be agreed to. And what we like to do, staff likes to run through the protocols, a dry run, so everyone understands what the expectations are. The key point is here, public safety.
Okay, I guess this is kind of frustrating because I would have thought that we would have checked all this out by now before we thought of taking the ice out of the arena. So, so I'm not sure why we've had since March to think about some of these items and we haven't done them. So, thank you, Jeff. You answered my questions, but I guess what I would like to do is put forward a motion to get some community info, info with community consultation, because I'm not positive everybody out there knows exactly what they can do and what they can't do. So if I can get a seconder, that would be great. Thank you.
Councillor Oche, there's already the motion on the floor. So once these are complete, we can go back to you for a motion, but we cannot put another motion on the floor with these on there at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I'm looking at it financially, and I'm looking at the financial impact that if we keep both Ericsson and Bothwell Arena, we'd be losing $164,000 in a 4-month period. In the normal season, am I correct that it usually goes from September to April, that we'd be losing 8 times or double that, 164,000?
True, Mayor Caniff, that's correct.
Okay, yeah. I guess you know, we've been mandated to do a zero budget, and administration has been looking at every avenue to do that. I sympathize with Bothwell, and I'm a little concerned to the fact that the minor hockey has been going to Glencoe. Now, whether they'd ever come back or not is undetermined at this point, I guess. I think the approach that we should contact these minor hockey and other user groups to see whether they would make a commitment to come back and utilize that facility in Bothwell, which would maybe help offset some of that deficit. I'm not sure whether that's possible or not, or whether they would generate enough money to even get close to covering a lot of that cost. I guess I'm looking at, and maybe I'm wrong, but the 164,000, half of that would probably be awarded to Bothwell.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I guess, and the statistics are showing, you know, that with our population and everything else, 6 arenas is adequate to accommodate our municipality, and we have 10 of them. So that means 4 arenas are probably more than or over what we need, type thing. So anyway, I'll leave my comments at that.
Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have to be in agreement with Councillor Pinsino. We did approve to put all arenas back as they were, all open, and now we're trying to close 2 of them. You stated there were other buildings out there that rent their space, like the Wish Center, which I do believe just had pickleball courts taped in there. Has any consultation been taken in that is how this is going to affect those businesses that do rely on the rentals?
Through Mayor Caniff, we have not consulted with the Wish Center. It is a, but I know that the pickleball groups I've spoken to them personally. They've reached out to me to see if there's opportunity. I can't answer why they've booked at the Wish Center and what, I just know the rate there is very competitive.
Okay, do you happen to know what their rate is?
No, I do not. I know I know that it's less than ours. I'm sorry, I can let you know. I don't have the exact figure.
Okay.
Mayor Caniff, it's Thomas Kelly, General Manager of IES. I've also talked to some of the groups, and they look at the Wish Center, sometimes the former YMCA, and some of the work out at St. Clair College that's available. And the feeling from all of these groups is that they could use more capacity within their own group itself. And we're also looking at expanding that to other sports as well, for example, indoor soccer and so on. So if you look at COVID, we've also been told many times that a lot of the folks who would go south will be staying here in Chatham-Kent area. They're looking for activity. And this is where we thought, and it was brought up at the strategy meeting, that it might be advantageous that we do have open capacity at our arenas. As Councillor Foss mentioned, we feel we could accommodate all the needs with only 6 arenas. We've only suggested we repurpose 2 of them. So there's still lots of capacity out there for the arenas, and to utilize these 2 as an experimental pilot project to see exactly what we could do with them. And the real advantage is that it's much less expensive to operate those arenas without the ice. But our goal at the end of the day is that our buildings are better utilized for these sports than they would be with ice in them. That's the whole logic behind the proposal, that with all of these sports, we can have those buildings much busier, much more active than if we keep ice in the arenas. So that's the whole concept of the proposal.
Well, I'm not in agreement with it, but thank you.
Councillor Wright, and then I'm going to go back to Councillor Oche. I believe there's a confusion as to what exactly he wanted to do. So after Mr. Wright, I'll go to Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Most of my questions have been answered. I just had one. Somebody from Boswell had called me up today and wanted to know why the large room at the back of the arena wasn't set up for a change room only. I've been in the room before and I don't really know how big it is, but he said it's a large building and it could be used, and social distance could be kept back there on an easier scale. So I don't know if anybody's looked at it or considered it or what's going on there, but it might be something to be looked at for Boswell. Thank you.
Councillor Oche, we'll go back to you, as I believe there's some confusion. So
there is, Your Worship. Thank you very much. I'd actually like to refer this once we get some information from people who actually use the arenas, and I'd also like to know the numbers of if there's a savings or not putting ice back into Thames and taking it out of Erickson, because I do not see where that's helping at all, saving any money. So I would like to refer this. Thank you.
Okay, so to be clear, Councillor Oche, you're looking for a motion to refer this back to administration for public consultation and for financial information to be brought back to council?
Oh, that is correct, Judy. Thank you.
Okay, we just need 1 second to get that motion to refer up on the screen.
do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Harrigan?
Yes, it's Councillor Harrigan. I'll second the motion.
Okay, we're just waiting to get that up on the screen. Yes, well, while we're waiting for that up there, would anyone like to speak to the referring it back is what's going to be preparing the motion? Yes, Councillor Sakachi, can you speak so we can see if we can hear you?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Sound check, I guess. Can you hear me okay now?
Coming through loud and clear. After this, we'll get back to your motion.
Can I just ask one quick question while I have the floor, Mayor Caniff?
Sir, if it relates to the referring back to administration.
It absolutely does, for sure. I think that I can support that. I just think it's very important that when we're drafting that, there is a date to reference. Are we referring this back for months? Are we referring this back for weeks? And also in that, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to this motion that Councillor Oche has put up regarding Councillor Fawza's statements. Can we get also reaching out to the groups to see if they can confirm the use of the arena? So basically, I want to ensure that if we are going to support this, that they are going to confirm that they are going to be utilizing the services again.
We'll make sure that that's covered under the consult with the public and user group for those comments there.
Mr. Bray, do you have an idea of how long this would take you to come up with this additional information?
Mayor Caniff, I can have this done in a couple of weeks.
Okay, so we look at the November 23rd or the first meeting in December? First meeting in December then?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
So maybe we'll put that in if we can put that in there. Then Councillor Foss and Councillor Pinsino, do you want to speak to the referring back to administration? Councillor Foss?
Yes, I do. I guess we're looking at this being implemented for December. So will we still have time if the information comes back that the administration can still meet that timeline for December implementation?
Through Mayor Caniff, we would have to adjust that date, Councillor Foss, and I would note that in the report.
Okay, so it wouldn't be possible to do it for December?
It's just getting it on to the agenda, I think, in that short time frame. It's not so much the writing part.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Worship. Just to make sure that the community consultation will be held in both communities where they are affected by the arenas. And my question is, how will these meetings take place? Will it be an online thing or will it be an in-person thing with this COVID? How's that going to work?
Through Mayor Caniff, I would leave it up to the user groups. I'm open to both. We've had meetings as long as face-to-face meetings, as long as we can assure social distancing. If not, we can do a meeting like this.
Okay, and one other thing, when this is referred back, in the recommendations, you said you wanted to keep the staff members. So which is it? Are the staff members being laid off or are you keeping them? Because that's a dollar value as well.
Well, Bothwell, for example, only has one full-time staff member. He's been primarily redeployed most of his time because of the low hours in Bothwell, helping out at the Dresden Arena because of all the additional duties associated with the COVID safety protocols. But no, there will be no staff layoffs.
Okay, so I understand that. You redeploy them. So where are you getting all these savings from?
The savings are primarily energy costs in running the arena.
That's that many thousands of dollars?
Yeah, and I can provide that to you if you want to see it. And I think that I'm hoping that our user fees increase or revenue increase as well through the repurposing.
But you know they're not going to. Well, let's be realistic. Anyway, when this report comes back, I would like a detailed cost saving. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor B. McGregor, do you have a comment regarding the repurpose or the refer back to administration?
I do, yes. I think that, I'm glad that Mr. Ray said he can turn this around into December, but I think functionally if we're referring this back, we're really just kicking this too far down the road to make it usable. And I hope if it does get referred that community consultation also involves the potential user groups for the repurposed facilities, because I can certainly speak to the situation in Ward 6. And there's a number of organizations that can't find indoor space anywhere and would be very happy to see Ericsson repurposed. And I, as a very heavy user of Chatham-Kent arenas, I can say with some confidence that anyone using Ericsson Arena for hockey would preferentially be somewhere else. So I think that we're misrepresenting this as as something bad in the community, when it really is an opportunity during this pandemic to do something temporary, to offer people more options to be active. So I think that if we refer this back and don't make it a decision tonight, we're really doing a disservice to a lot of people who could get some great use out of these facilities.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, but I just want to make a comment that I have heard nothing in the discussions that would stop us from doing the Chatham Arena. And I think that Councilor McGregor, that's something that you mentioned, because that's part of it. You've been hearing a lot in the in Ward 6, the usage for that. So okay, so with that, we'll put this motion to vote.
Sorry, Mayor Caniff, to that point, could we ask that that Councillor Oche amend his friendly amendment to only refer back number 2, and then we then actually vote on number 1 tonight?
So how about I'll make this suggestion that we put in the report, refer back to administration to consult, and for each arena. So we'll do one for Bothwell and one for Chatham. Does that make sense?
That makes sense to me. If it does,
so Councillor Oche, are you good with that? If we split it into 2 to talk about both arenas?
No, I'm not, because of the fact that I just got done saying I want to see financial information. We're opening up Thames campus is going to save us money over keeping the ice in Ericsson. As well, I talked to Chatham-Kent minor hockey gentleman who's fairly high up in the rankings, and he is very concerned about putting the young kids on the Thames campus ice surface because it is so large for small kids. So no, I'm not agreeable to that.
Okay, we'll put this to vote then.
All votes are in. Motion failed. So now we're back to the main motion of the 4 that were on the report. We will be separating 1 and 2 and voting on 3 and 4 together.
Oh, I will go back to the original for Councillor McGregor, who put this in, and for final words.
Yeah, I think I've said everything. I'm good for us to vote on this.
Okay, so we're going to vote on number 1.
Point of order, we are going to separate these, right?
Yes, we're going to vote on 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Sorry,
No,
just
we're
to clarify.
separating.
Sorry, just to clarify, we're voting on the first motion, and then we'll vote on the number 2, and then we're going to vote on 3 and 4 together, unless there is somebody who wants 3 and 4 separated.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll start with number 1.
Just to clarify, Council, because it's not on the screen right now, recommendation 1 refers to the Ericsson Arena in Chatham. All votes are in. Motion passes. On to number 2, and for clarification, number 2 is with regards to the Bothwell Arena. All votes are in. Motion passes. On to number 3 and 4. All votes are in. Motion passes. Mr. Mayor, if we can now go back to number 14B, the motion of Councillor Sakachi. He now has a better internet connection.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, do you want to redo your discussion on your opening remarks on that?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Can you guys confirm you can still hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Clear.
Judy, should I reread the motion or are we okay just to go into
No, I
comment?
think we're okay. Yep, we did get that part. That we're fine.
Okay, I just will keep this very brief. I think the motion speaks very self-explanatory. I do think it's important to just to touch base on is that we have seen in discussions with Mayor Caniff as well as our planning department, we've seen significant increases in developments in our community, and I think it's very important for the residents that are currently here as well as the residents that are potentially moving here that we are endeavoring to do our best to ensure the municipality is doing what it can to address significant issues in our community in regards to derelict buildings. And if you don't mind, if Chief Case is available, I wouldn't mind just kind of hearing his quick opinion on this and keep my comments relatively short. Thank you for the time, and I apologize for the inconvenience of the sound.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Sakachi. It is worth noting that derelict and unoccupied buildings do present a higher risk of fires, and they present a risk to the public and to the firefighters who are sent to deal with those buildings. We currently have very good working relationships with our partners in the building department and other agencies, but we'd certainly contribute and assist to this project wherever possible. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I can't say anything different than what Councillor Sakachi has said and Chief Case, but this has been a problem in our community, all the way across our community. And when we need to have a process that's defensible when we are taking action on these places, but we need to have something that really gives this some teeth so that we are not waiting years and years to see a building that's potentially unsafe in the community. It's an eyesore. It is a blemish when visitors come, are the first thing visitors see a lot of times. So I am in full support of this motion, and I hope that it goes through, and I hope we see some really good results from this. Thank you. And I want to thank Councillor Sakachi for bringing this forward.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to echo Councillor Crew's comments and thank Councillor Sakachi for bringing this forward. I thought it was an important issue when I brought it forward back in November of 2017. I think it's only gotten worse since then. So very happy to support this here. Hope we can see something back to council very quickly and something that we can easily enforce and put in place as well. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes. Back to 15C, leaf and yard waste services modification.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor McGrail, can I get the two of you to put this on the floor, please?
I'll put the motion forth.
I apologize, Mayor Can, if I was speaking, but I was on mute. I was actually going to motion that current service levels for leaf and yard waste be maintained. I don't know if Councillor McGregor would like to second that because it's quite different than the recommendation.
No, I don't think that's a friendly amendment at the moment. I'd like to speak about it, like here and have a debate and talk about this before we go there.
I guess I'll refer to Judy. I was, the point of order I was making is I was talking whilst on mute and then nobody heard me. So I don't know who moves it. It doesn't matter one way or the other to me.
Okay, so I understand, Councillor Harrigan, that you were speaking with it. We didn't get that. We just, Councillor McGrail got in first by moving the motion. That was on the report, and so we need a seconder to that.
Councillor Pincinel.
No, sir, my hand's up to talk, not to second that.
Okay, Councillor Foss.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. All right. So to
Councillor McGrail.
Councillor McGrail, please.
Okay, I just my questions are and is that do we have a, you know, it states in there that there is a variance absorbed by all taxpayers, you know, because not all of the services paid by those area rated residents. So I was wondering, do we know what that variance is or an average of that variance?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Ryan Brown, Director of Public Works. So over the last couple of years, there has not been an overage in the variance. Now, it's slightly complicated because staff charge their time and their equipment when they're working on the work orders, but you also have to think about all the different aspects of a person's costs. So the costs that are captured, we think are pretty accurate, and those numbers have been under. However, there are some things that may not be all absorbed, such as like staff's clothing and staff's training time and their overall labor burden. And so to date, the total budget for the service, which is the 400,000 and a bit, that we have never been over that limit.
Okay, good. So then my next question is why couldn't there be an option 4, just continue service with full cost recovery? But you're telling me that we actually we do have full cost recovery.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we, that is an option. However, the nature of the report is to try to address the inequity in the service. And so that's explained in detail in the report, how the service levels are kind of all over the map for our different communities in Chatham-Kent. So we only provided 3 options that would equalize the level of service. The one we're recommending, removing the service, would make it equal for all of Chatham-Kent. So leaving it the way it is an option for council, but it doesn't do anything to equalize the service.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor Pincinel.
Thank you, Your Worship. The issues that we have in the community of Dresden and probably other communities that aren't receiving this service is complaining that we're not being treated the same as other communities. And you explained to them that it's an area rated costing. But you can say that all you want, but they would like to have that service too. I know that in Dresden, we've been trying to find even a location where people can go and drop off yard waste, and we haven't been able to do that. But I would support something like that rather than continuing with the present day service, I guess, in some of the communities. I'm not sure whether that's the purpose of this report, is that similar to trying to reduce the multiple tax rates that we have, similar to what we're trying to do in the rural area?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. So the reason we wrote this report was due to Council's direction with the growth and recovery strategy, and this was identified in one of as one of the items to review. So we reviewed this service with the lens of cost savings, but also knowing that this service has been talked about quite frequently, and we know that there's a service level inadequacy across Chatham-Kent. And so we tried to look at it from both sides of things, and in the financial section, we have some recommendations on what the potential cost savings could be.
Yeah, no, and I agree.
Mayor Kenneth, it's Thomas Cale. If I could just add to that, is that we looked at this report as well, very similar to the Public Works Beautification Initiative, where council tried to standardize the service on banner hanging, Christmas lights installation, and so on. So this is very similar. We get a lot of requests for this service. We have a lot of requests of, I would say, disgruntled residents to say, why does one community get the service and I don't? So when we looked at it, we looked at all the options, and certainly it's extremely expensive. We put forward in options 1 and 2 a couple of ideas. One is to expand all the services, and the other is to expand some of the services. All of those are deep dive studies that will take us some time and very expensive as well. I also wanted to point out, even within the wards themselves, there's no consistency in the service either. So it's just modeled really after the Public Works Beautification Initiative to say that here's an opportunity to really standardize what we do across the municipality. We heard from a number of private businesses as well that expressed their concerns about expanding it, that they are hired by residents now to come in and do the same work that Public Works is doing. So in some respects, we're competing against private industry, and they also expressed, quite a eagerness to look at expansion of their business if we were out of that business. So for all those reasons, that's why we're proposing it to council now.
Councillor Pinsino, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Worship. I don't support removing the leaf and yard waste services. These are area rated, and the communities that have them want to keep them. And there is no savings. There's no additional cost to other taxpayers. And I guess that's disheartening to hear administration say that other communities are complaining that they don't get something that another community is getting. If those communities want something, they can apply for it and have it area rated as well. Now, I realize it's a little more work for administration, but this is something that's been there for a long time. I can likely guess if you stop the services, it'll end up being dumped on municipal properties, private properties, moving the cost from one area to another. When you're doing the cost on these employees, honestly, like their clothing and that, this leaf and yard waste pickup is a very small portion of what they do in a year. You got to put clothes on them anyway. You got to put work boots on them and everything else. But that part's just silly. Honestly, if the other communities want this, apply for it. The beautification thing, I think, is a little bit different because it's not area rated. It's done straight across the board. So it should be equal. But when the community themselves are paying for it, it should be their discretion what level of service they want. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Thank you. I'm first checking you can hear me.
Yes, we can, Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you. This question, I believe, is directed to Thomas. Thomas, we know that when it comes to residential properties and practices, old habits die hard. So if this were to pass and next fall, all the folks in Tilbury, for example, bring their leaves out to the edge of the road and their leaves are not picked up or sucked up by the leaf picker-upper, is there any negative impact to our drains or our storm drain system?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So first of all, it's unlawful to brush your leaves and any of your grass clippings out onto a municipal road under the Highway Traffic Act. So that's a bit of a problem. Secondly is we do have within all of the major communities, we have a street sweeper that maintains the streets to a level of cleanliness with the sole intent really to keep our municipal drains clear and free as well. So we've heard this concern expressed, and we have no service in Chatham or in Wallaceburg, for example. So I think there's an adjustment period that will take place, but we think that, you know, under the council directive of being environmentally sustainable too, the best practice is not to sweep your leaves out to the road or to be picked up. The best practice is to mulch them and to compost them if necessary. And we also feel that this strategy is very much aligned with council's priority for environment. Thank you.
But in terms of leaves in storm drains, is that positive or negative for the storm system?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, of course, it's not positive. I'm just saying that we have the same concerns in Chatham, and that adjustment period took place. And, you know, people know that, you know, you don't rake your leaves out to the road and you manage them yourself. And again, it's just best practices to be mulching is really what we'd like to encourage council to think about, is that, you know, we should be finding incentives to mulch and not create this level of convenience that makes it easy for everyone to sure get rid of their leaves, but it does nothing for the environment. It's been stated that mulching will add 20 to 25% of the nutrients that your grass recovers or requires. So I think there's a lot of positives as well from an environmental standpoint that we should consider. Thank you.
Right. And currently the leaves that are picked up by the municipality, those go to our depots where they are turned into compost. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. The next question I have is directed, I believe, to Mr. Brown. Ryan, in the report and in some of the responses that you provided, you noted that the kind of impetus for this was around our recovery, looking at 0% budget. But when I read the financial implications of this, it seems like while, you know, maybe those who have area rated services are now going to share those FTE amounts with the municipality as a whole, but the possible 2.0 FTE reduction is not being recommended. So really the net cost savings is really only the life cycle of the 3 leaf pickup units. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you for the question. When we analyze the service, there is indicated in the report $295,000 that's allocated to public works labor, which equates to about 3 full-time employees. However, what you have to understand is that this isn't full-time work for anyone. So, you know, in Ridgetown, for example, on a Friday, there might be 4 or 6 people working on leaf yard pickup, and then the rest of the week they're out grading roads. And so one of the challenges when kind of analyzing how would you change the service or remove it is to capture the savings on the labor. We can get rid of some of the equipment, which is the leaf suckers. The other equipment is trucks we already own that we can't get rid of for snow plowing. So to get savings, you got to reduce the labor. And for 2 reasons, we're not recommending that, although that's at council's discretion. The first one is that Public Works, as Thomas presented to council previously in the year, we have a lot of outstanding service requests. And so we've been making headway on that, and we're down to about 1,500 outstanding service requests, but that's still quite high, and the public would like those service requests done quicker. So part of our recommendation is to keep those staff for the summer to work on those service requests and get them completed faster. The other thing to understand is in the wintertime, those 3 full-time equivalent employees who are doing the leaf and yard pickup are plowing snow in the winter. So if we eliminate 3 FTEs, those are 3 bodies that won't be able to plow snow in the winter. And so we'd have to look at that service model a bit. So to kind of understand, if you did accept our recommendation and removed all the levies and the service from the 9 communities, the levies in those areas would be reduced. So everybody would pay a little less on their taxes because they don't receive this service. However, everyone in Chatham-Kent would see a tiny, much smaller in comparison, increase to their taxes to offset the 3 full-time employees that we're keeping.
Right. So there's 2 reasons that I'm not supporting this, and I do apologize for the technical error because I think it could have maybe changed the direction the conversation was going. But so first, I'm not supporting this because of the significant amount of feedback that was received by all of council through the council email, and then also in the respective wards that are currently paying for the service, where, you know, by and large, the vast majority had indicated that this is a service they wanted to maintain. I absolutely appreciate the environmental impact. Certainly my husband does not permit us to rake our leaves for environmental reasons in our backyard. But the leaves that are picked up do go to a compost that then are reused. So I think there is still some environmental value in that comes out of this service. And the second reason is I don't really see this as necessarily looking at standardization so much as elimination of a service. And I think if we are going to eliminate services, particularly area rated ones, and I apologize that you're going to hear this from me more than once, that it's important that we engage with the community around it. And as counselors, I think we've heard quite loudly that this is a service that would like to be maintained. And so therefore, I think if we are going to move towards discussion about eliminating services, we need to have more community engagement. So I will be voting no to the recommendation that's in front of me. And I hope that my colleagues will consider that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you, through the mayor. I too had to contact or agree with Councillor Harrigan that as this current recommendation is worded or read, I cannot support it. But I also sent in 2 additional recommendations that Mr. Thomas and Mr. Brown agreed to consider. And Judy, do you have those that could be put up and considered for a friendly amendment to this motion? And I think it would take into consideration the staffing complement, also the concern that we wouldn't necessarily see a reduction in costs. We would be able to chip away at those ACRs, increase contractors for snow removal, but also engaging the community engagement through the 20 and 21 winter season. So while we may be removing it January 21, I'm asking Public Works for next year reduce their staffing levels by 2 full-time equivalents. And so that gives them, as I say, a year to chip away at the outstanding ACRs. And yes, you may have to increase your contractors for snow plowing if we get a decent snow season, which we didn't last year. But especially through the 2021 winter season, community development staff, and that is our ECDEV and our PUC and our IAS, in partnership with any interested parties in the development of a comparable, affordable, eco-friendly alternative community-based service to manage a leaf and yard waste recommended mulching and composting program in CK. You could put it on there to be initiated for the 21-22 season. I think this, we all know this certainly is a valuable service, especially to many of our residents who we've heard from in our smaller communities are currently receiving it. and to those maybe who want to receive it. I see no reason why our PUC and FDev department shouldn't be able to work with community partners, be it not-for-profit or private enterprise, getting a comparable, affordable service up and running that residents can pay for with help of their tax savings. I think this would assist not only with public education's awareness of our climate action strategies implementation, keep our public drains clear, as Councillor Harrigan and I had that concern as well, and some dollars, all while enabling an alternative provision of a service that is perceived as valued and age-friendly. I'm not saying that we would monetarily support this not-for-profit or private enterprise. I say we need to engage the community and see what's out there, because this is a valued service. I understand that, and I acknowledge it, and I agree. But I don't think the municipality needs to run it. And I think we're here to enable a business, and this certainly sits in line with our climate action strategies. Right now, what we do is we pick up the leaves in plastic bags, and then we pay our employees to go to the yard to use X-Acto knives to rip open the plastic bags and throw in the garbage. That is so wrong on so many levels. So I think this is something worth thinking about, and I'm asking that the presenters consider this a friendly amendment, and maybe that we could move forward, and so that residents know they have the service, but that we're also being financially responsible and recognizing, and we're helping our staff get towards, they're doing what we're asking them to do. Look at how we're providing services. Where can we cut the costs and yet maintain some services? And we're driving the economy here. I don't know whether it's not for profit or it's private enterprise. Somebody's able to, there's certainly a job here. There's a task and a service that's valued in this community. So I guess I'm asking if it's a friendly amendment.
So Councillor McGrail and Councillor Foss, do you view this as a friendly amendment?
I'm okay with it.
Councillor McGrail?
There we go. Me too. I'm okay with that.
Okay, the second piece is I see number 1, if it is turned down, number 2 would fall off the table, but number 3 would still be alive. It looks like we'll need to vote on these separately.
Yep, sure.
So, so 1, if it's turned down, number 2 we wouldn't vote on, and if 1 is accepted, then we would go to number 2. All right,
Mayor Caniff, could I make a final comment?
Certainly, we have more hands up. So
okay, sure. Go ahead.
Yes, I will get you in there, Mr. Kelly. So Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Being residents of Bridgetown, I've taken a lot of calls on this. A lot of these people, like the amalgamation, went through, the leaf pickup was aerial rated, and the people knew it was in their taxes and they were content to pay it. And now all of a sudden it's being taken away. There was a comment made a little while ago that you could hire people to take your leaves away. Well, seniors can't afford to pay more. They'd rather pay it in their taxes and get it over with. Over a year, I always get over 100 bags if I bag mine. That's a lot of plastic bags. So now we just rake them to the curb. It's easy, and we're saving on the environment there because the bags just get back in the recycling. It's a lot of waste on the bags. The recycling in Ridgetown is really a good system. They recycle 100% in the yard. All their branches, their leaves, the trees that are cut down in town, everything is recycled 100% ground up, and there's companies come in and get it. The other thing too with the bags, if you bag and just have the people take the bags down there, then you're gonna have a lot of staff down there cutting bags open. It still costs money to open up the bags. I don't care who's doing it or whatever, it still costs money to have staff down there opening bags. Without the leaf sucker, they're gonna probably have 10 times the bags go in there. So for me, I can't support getting rid of it. Thank you.
Okay, we've still got a number of speakers. Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Most of mine have already been spoken about. I just had a couple questions. Now, you're stating that the residents are now going to be responsible to either mulch or compost. As Councillor Wright said, a lot of people can't afford to hire somebody to come do it for them. They will have, maybe a neighbor will sweep their leaves out to the roadway. If these leaves are now left on the ground in their yards and people don't break them up, we get a good storm, it all blows out into the road and therefore into the drains. Can you tell me how much does it cost to run a street cleaner as often as you would one of the leaf sucker uppers? I'm not sure who can answer that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Ryan Brown, Director of Public Works. I don't have an exact cost on the hourly rate of the leaf sweeper, but given an employee in it and fuel and all that, I'm going to guess it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $75 an hour or $100 an hour. So that is a consideration if the leaves go in the street. But that what we're trying to get is that public awareness to, like Thomas was indicating, to mulch the leaves, to take care of them. And if you can't take care of them or aren't willing to take care of them, there's private enterprise existing today, and I would anticipate there would be more young entrepreneurs who would take this and provide the service for what we can do it for or less. What some numbers I had, and you have to bear with me, it's kind of complicated because of the area rating and the service, each community receives a slightly different rate. And also everybody's houses are valued differently. So you have to take that into consideration. But if you look at all the numbers, you could say for the average community, the average priced house, an average cost of this service to them is somewhere in the $70 a year range. But as you can imagine, not everybody has the average house. And so on the higher end, there's people paying $500 to $800 per year on their taxes for this service. And if there was more incentive for private enterprise to get into this, I can't speak for them on what they would charge, but I would think there's someone who could maybe do it more efficiently than us, because this isn't our core business. These are skilled public works equipment operators who are picking up bags, and you might be able to find someone who could do it for cheaper.
But are the people that have this service, that are paying the $500 a year for this service, are they the ones that are complaining, or are they willingly paying for the service they're getting?
We definitely hear both sides of that argument.
I know I couldn't afford to have somebody come to rake up, and I don't own a mulcher on my lawnmower. So if that's the recommendation, people are going to have to go out and buy a lawnmower that mulches if they don't have one, or they're going to have to, if they have to rake the leaves up 4 or 5 times in a year, pay somebody to do that. I can't see it being a cost saving to those residents. I can't support this. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor OJ.
Thank you very much. I've been following along, and there's been a lot of great conversation. Just off the top, I can't say I can support any of this. I appreciate Councillor Latimer's efforts, but still, it's just untenable, unfortunately. Right back at the beginning, Mr. Brown, you answered a question from Councillor McGrail in regards to overages. Now, did I hear you right? And you had said there hadn't really been any overages in the last number of years?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. If you look at years past, there haven't been overages. The finance and budget teams have, they look at previous year's service and they've set a budget which hasn't changed in many years, and they try to pick a middle road so that we're close to what the true cost is, but we're not going to have overages and we're not going to be changing the budget every year. So it's quite close. There's been some changes to the service over the years. We're currently experiencing some new costs out in Tilbury due to us having to truck brush from the Tilbury site to a different site for some concerns from the Ministry of Environment. So costs are always kind of changing, but you are correct. As I said, we have not had overages in the past.
So then have we had any surpluses in the past?
That'd be correct. There has been surpluses.
And what happened to those surpluses?
they would be included in the overall public works variance.
So you're telling me that the residents who pay for all of this, who are happy to pay for all of this, that want to continue to pay for all of this, are actually a benefit, albeit small probably, but a benefit to the residents who don't receive this in their taxes as a surplus goes into the general revenue.
That's correct. If there's a surplus, that surplus offsets all of Chatham-Kent.
I see. That's an interesting distinction that we haven't discussed yet. That if this is truly an effort to get to zero, and that there would actually be an implication to get to zero by removing this item from people who very much want it and very much want to keep it. Do our public works trucks pay tipping fees at our transfer stations to dump off these leaves and brush?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, they do not. And that's actually a great question. We've reviewed the Leaf and Yard Depot and their methodology and some of their cost models. So in general, if a homeowner brings up to 25 bags, they are not charged, and they're charged $1 a bag. If they're over that limit, a contractor has to pay $2 a bag to bring leaf and yard waste there. However, Public Works does not pay a tipping fee at these sites.
So that would mean that if we did number 3 there, a private company would actually be incurring more costs. And I'm concerned that we wouldn't find a feasible alternative or an eco-friendly alternative either, due to just the vast volumes we could be dealing with. So again, I appreciate the efforts, but I certainly can't support number 1, 2, or 3, although I do have half a mind to support 2 and not support the other 1 and 3. But that's just kind of the mood I am in, because I am very frustrated by this report, much like the conversation we'll be having next meeting about area rating, especially under the guise of growth and recovery. I don't believe that's really what this is about at all, unfortunately. And I'm very frustrated. The residents are very frustrated as well. There was never any call to remove the service at all. And I had hoped we were going to have a conversation maybe about expanding it to other communities. I know Erio would love to get the same sort of service that Tilbury and Ridgetown gets. I'm sure Blenheim would be as well. But to just remove it is certainly the wrong hand grenade to toss into the council horseshoe. So I won't support 1, I won't support 2, and I won't support 3 for those reasons. Other than reiterating my frustration on all of this, I think I would very much like to leave it at that, only to say that, I do mulch my leaves. I do leave them on my lawn as the vice chair of the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority. I think it's important. And all those leaves that sit on my lawn get caught by the wind, and they blow into my neighbor's lawn, and his neighbor's lawn, and they burn them. Some folks in some communities toss them into the rivers and the lakes. So that's not very eco-friendly. All this stuff gets mulched at our locations. And when you deal with economy of scale, it makes so much more sense to send 1 or 2 big trucks around than hundreds of little cars and little SUVs clogging up our transfer stations, backing up all of the hardworking folks that work out there. So this isn't the right step, not by any stretch of the imagination. I'm sure I've upset some people. I don't want an integrity commissioner complaint, so I'm going to end it there.
We'll get 2 more speakers, Councillor Oche and then Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Your Worship. First, I'd like to thank Gord Quinton for sending me some numbers per $100,000 for every $100,000 of household price. Secondly, Trevor actually asked the no cost to CK, and actually there's extra money, which I thought there would be as well, since we were never over. But first off, I'd like to ask Ryan, was this not grandfathered in when we became Chatham-Kent, the municipality?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding, as I wasn't here, but the level of service for these 9 communities was set at amalgamation based on the level of service that they received before. So Ridgetown received the highest level of service because that's what they had in the town of Ridgetown days. And for instance, Bates subdivision or Erio, that's what they got. So those services were brought forward from amalgamation at the same level of service. However, maybe Judy could comment if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's anything that stops this council from changing up policy.
Right. Thank you. Now, I hear it every day. I can't stand being part of Chatham-Kent, municipality of Chatham-Kent. And this is exactly one of the reasons why. I am so frustrated right now. I can't believe this, that we're bringing this stuff up. People are paying for it. It's not costing Chatham-Kent money. It's paid for. I'm going to leave it at that for that part of it because I'm ready to blow my top. But anyways, so you think Tilbury gets brush pickup, they get bag leaf pickup, they get yard waste pickup, and they get leaf pickup from the curb. So Gord told me approximately $35 per 100,000. So you really think if I live in a $300,000 house, I can get all of that throughout the summer for just the $105 in tax that I'd be paying?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know what an existing service charges for those costs. I have heard of other communities that do similar things with even household waste, and I hear it is quite successful. Unfortunately, I can't comment on a private business what they would charge.
Okay, thank you for that part of it. So then, since our yard waste depot in Tilbury closes at 2:30, I'm sure we're going to extend the hours to at least 5 o'clock and open on Saturdays, I would think. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we there isn't an in-depth analysis in here on the leaf and yard depot's hours of openings or closings. I would hope, and what our goal is by talking to the environmental planners, that we're actually trying to encourage people to deal with the waste on their own property and get the environmental benefits from that. And hopefully the yards would not see a drastic increase in use, meaning that we wouldn't have to spend more money keeping them open more days or longer.
Okay, so if a tree fell down on my yard, I keep all the trunk of it because I go camping, which I actually do. So I'm going to keep that wood for campfires. I don't think you would want me to burn my brush in my yard, for one thing, like all the limbs and the branches. And then, as Trevor said it, how many pickups, cars, vans, SUVs are going to be going to the yard waste? Because they're not going to keep it on their yard. If you drove through Tilbury today, you would see thousands and thousands, probably million leaves right to the curb. The reason, they like their yard to look nice and they want to get it out, and they can't do it themselves. So obviously I'm not for this. It doesn't take a brain surgeon to realize that I'm quite angry, and I can't believe that we keep bringing petty things up that are actually paid for. I have a lot of people in Wheatley, and they use the old Wheatley town, not the new ones where there's more neighborhoods, and they say, how come we don't have it? And I let them know it was grandfathered in, so it's in this area only. Yeah, they say, oh, we would love that, but they understand that they don't get it because of where they built, because those neighborhoods weren't there years ago. And I don't get anybody yelling at me and screaming at me. They're just, they understand, they realize. So this is beyond me, and I tell you, I can't handle this anymore. Anyways, thank you.
Okay, last speaker, Councillor B. McGregor.
Councillor McGregor, are you there?
Oh, sorry, just unmuted.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that this would be such a controversial item tonight. But I do think we have a responsibility to revisit these types of things periodically. I know I've been asked before why some communities get leaf pickup and why others don't. And, that's never a decision I've been part of. So I think it's a little bit easier to now say that at least we've reviewed it and looked at it. And I think that as elected officials, that's our responsibility. And I have no problem seeing a report like this come forward. I do think that, we did receive a fair amount of feedback. But when I say fair amount, it's certainly not representative of the number of people that receive this service. So I think that maybe a more accurate way to take the temperature of the public would be to do some type of public survey that reaches out to those that receive the service, link the cost of the service to the service, and see if it is something that they broadly want to keep or not. And I think that in this type of climate, when everyone's looking at how we reduce tax burden on people, I think if you told a number of people they could reduce their taxes paid by even $70 or in some cases $500, $800 a year, I think they might be interested in that option. And I think bringing that forward as a recommendation, certainly shouldn't be insulting to anybody. That should be well within what we should be reviewing periodically as council. So I think that while this is become an emotional issue tonight, I don't think it should, and I think that it's pretty reasonable that we review it, and I'm confident that things will fall into place with this. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Shropshire, there's a couple comments, and then we'll put it to vote.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I think Councillor McGregor just actually addressed a couple of the different points, but Council, this is not an attempt by administration to push back unduly. We received direction from Council on September 28th to look at a large number of different issues to try and come back to Council, and the request was to do it by November, so you'd have an opportunity to give us direction in terms of how we set up the budget. But this was one of the issues that Council had requested that we come back to. So please, we're happy to take your direction on it. This is, but understand that our understanding is this is in the spirit of trying to give Council options to get back to zero or on a budget. I understand this one is somewhat different in terms of there's not the same dramatic decrease in budget, but we're looking for your direction, and if Council's wish is to not go down this path, that's fine. But all of these reports were based on what we believe Council's direction was to come back and give you information. Thank you, Worship.
Mr. Kelly, you had some other final words?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Caniff. So again, we are trying to follow the will of council. One reason that I don't know if it's come out properly is that this is not a business that we consider our core business. It's something that we're not very efficient at all. For example, we have as Ryan said, our 5 or 6 personnel working on a grader grading roads one day, and because of the service, we pull them off of that, and the next day they go pick up leaves or yard or brush. And that's why we presented it to council that it's not a full-time position for anyone. It's always a part-time position, but it's also one that requires a lot of service, and we have to go out on a regular basis to provide that service. So we felt that the private sector would be in a much better position to offer this service and do so more efficiently. So that was the essence or the basis of the proposal. And with the fact that we received a lot of feedback from others within the community that the inequity issue was the key. The folks in Chatham, Wallaceburg, and all those other communities that have blanks beside the service, they're finding a way to do that and manage it very effectively. And in the end, too, as well, we just felt this is the right thing to do for the environment. It aligns very well with council's environment strategy. So thank you.
Okay, and I just want to make a couple comments, particularly number 3. That's what I view number 3 as, is that we go out and explore if we choose to continue doing the service, that even if we don't, that either way, we look out to private business and see, is there an option that they can provide this service and at a cost competitive way or an environmentally way. So that's what I like about number 3 is we're going to say, regardless of our decision, whether we do or don't, let's look at see what the rest, what business can do to create this service. So with that, we'll put it to vote. We're going to vote on number 1 to start, and if we'll put that up there.
One more, council. All votes are in. Motion fails.
So with that, we'll go to number 3 then. To look and given we're going to continue providing the service, and this number 3 is asking whether you want administration to look at other ways to deliver that service.
All votes are in. Motion passes. On to 15D, sidewalk policy replaced with Local Improvement Act.
Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Latimer, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
I actually have an alternate motion that I wanted to move in place of these recommendations.
Okay, Councillor B. McGregor, go ahead.
I'd move that IES report back in consultation with planning and public health on options to update the current sidewalk installation policy, and that such a policy include in its matrix consideration of community goals and strategic priorities, including age friendliness, accessibility, safety, and equitable access.
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Harrigan?
I am happy to second.
Okay, Councillor B. McGregor, do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, so I understand that in the past, at times it's been contentious to install sidewalks in new areas. But I think if we were to look at these recommendations that were initially made in the report, I think functionally what it would mean is that we're not going to see any new residential sidewalks installed in the foreseeable future. And I really think that goes against our strategic priorities. It goes against building a safe, healthy, and attractive community. I think doing it as a local improvement option further disadvantages low-income areas and rental areas. Those areas typically, by their nature, have higher turnover of residents, and expecting residents in that area that have less resources and less familiarity with navigating municipal policies to advocate for sidewalks seems, well, I'm sure not intentional, to exclude these areas from ever seeing these types of improvements. We've really seen that during the pandemic, outdoor space, outdoor activity has increased importance. Sidewalks are not just a transportation corridor, but they're recreational, and they're really crucial for maintaining healthy communities. I think that we all know that we could improve the sidewalk policy, that we could see some improvement in the way we plan that out. But I don't think moving to a local improvement strategy is going to be helpful. I think there's some opportunities to work on this a little bit further. I know that IES does already have some input from the Age Friendly Committee, from accessibility, but I think there's some opportunities to formalize that feedback more. And I know that it is the priority of those committees to see an increase in sidewalks in our communities. So I think that respecting that input and looking at ways that we can continue to increase options for active transportation, for outdoor recreation, that's where we should really be heading. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan?
My apologies, Mayor Caniff. I was still raising my hand to second the motion, but I am incredibly supportive of Councillor B. McGregor's statement.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. Oh, there, Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, Worship. Very quickly, the difference between what I just heard and what what the recommendation is all new subdivisions should have sidewalks paid for by the developer, not this shoehorning in of sidewalks into existing neighborhoods that didn't have them in the first place. By the way, the Columbus Estates is one of the biggest low-cost housing developments that we have, and I just looked at it on my way to the office today, and it has a nice sidewalk in front of it. So it's really what our Local Improvement Act sidewalk policy used to do was put the cost where perhaps it belonged and allowed people to say whether they wanted sidewalks in their neighborhood. Not every neighborhood actually needs them because the traffic isn't strong in some places, like some of the subdivisions. So I just think there's two sides to the story, and I appreciated getting the report from administration. I don't think wanting to go back to the Local Improvement Act approach is being anti-health or anti-sidewalks. It's just a different approach to it, and one that worked effectively in the past. But new subdivisions, and we've got a lot of them going up now, that's where you should have the sidewalks put in. And bike paths there. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you to the chair. I agree with Councillor Solomon. That was what I was going to ask, is that I almost think that I don't disagree with Councillor Brock McGregor's motion, but I'm wondering if it could be part of the original recommendations and under that SIP. I don't know. What do you think? Maybe perhaps Chris could comment, because I think I'm with Councillor Solomon. I think in new subdivisions that developers should be paying for that. But with regard to bringing the policy back where this report does, that enables those neighborhoods right now, who I have a couple, that would be able to submit an improvement project for the sidewalk that's desperately needed, and they don't mind paying for it. They just want it done. And at least this enables them to do that. The way the current policy sits, they can't do it. They can't bring that to council. So while I don't disagree with what you have there, Brock, I somehow like it incorporated into the current recommendations.
Councillor B. McGregor, are you good with amending?
I think that if the intention is to amend to include number 5, which is that of the initial recommendations, which was that the sidewalk requirements in new developments and new roads will continue to follow municipal development standards document. I mean, I'm fine to add that on. I think that's implied because we're already doing that, and I don't think my motion requests that be changed. So I'm more than happy to see it on there. The component of local improvement, I wouldn't consider a friendly amendment, and I'm happy to discuss why, but I think primarily as it does, it's disadvantageous to low income communities, rental areas that particularly can be high density and maybe in need of these, but would not be able to necessarily apply for it because they're not property taxpayers and the owners of the properties, and perhaps not afford it. And I think a good example of that is, Orchard Heights Road in Chatham has a park on the road, has a significant amount of density and multi-family units, and I don't believe that they would really be able to go the local improvement route, but I think that it's an area that needs a sidewalk. So certainly I'd be fine to include the portion about municipal development standards, continuing that, but I wouldn't consider the local improvement portion a friendly amendment.
Councillor Latimer, are you good with that then, as what Councillor McGregor just described?
I agree with Councillor McGregor. That's fine, as long as that Chris, that Mr. T there can tell me, then there would still be an opportunity for neighborhoods to bring this forth and not have to wait for a reconstruction. In other words, if they so choose, they can go ahead and do the improvement. Maybe Chris could comment.
Mr. T-Bear, can you comment?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Chris T-Bear, Director of Engineering. I will do my best to comment on that. So the way that the report's written right now is that the current policy be canceled. And the current policy basically, when a request for a sidewalk comes up, administration will evaluate it, rank it in accordance with the criteria in the matrix is within the policy, and then it's either warranted or not and placed on a warrant criteria based on funding and future funding to get implemented. So with now moving to a local improvement style process, it allows the residents the opportunity to not have to wait for that funding to occur and for that opportunity to come up, and they can basically fast track if the petition is successful through local improvement to get that sidewalk installed on their local road. Again, that's only for local roads that we're recommending that. However, they will have that option as well for collector roads and arterial roads. But per the recommendations in the report, collectors and arterials are going to be considered on a project by project basis going forward. So if we're doing a reconstruction project, for example, Dufferin Avenue in Walsburg, we're going to be recommending to council in advance consideration to include a sidewalk on that road as part of the project, which would ultimately be part of the general tax base. But for a local road, we don't typically go and reconstruct local roads that often. We just simply go in and do a shave and pave or road maintenance kind of exercise. So it's really, we're relying solely on the local improvement process. If there's a successful petition, we'll come in the following year and incorporate that as a project under our sidewalk life cycle contract for maintenance. Does that answer the question?
I think it does, Chris, but what I really wanted, is there any way you can include the considerations in the matrix that Councillor Brock McGregor wants in there? Because I think that's what the crux of the amendment is. Is that correct, Councillor McGregor? And I know what you mean with regard to the SIP.
Yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying, Councillor Latimer, and really the motion that I made is asking them to come back with updates to that matrix, and I think it's reasonable that there can be a mechanism for community feedback to say that they would request a sidewalk in their area. My thought is that it shouldn't be through local improvement, because that ends up them having to pay for it. And I think that what that functionally does is allow those with means to access getting a new sidewalk and those without to not access getting a new sidewalk.
I would agree with that. So, Mr. T-Bear, can you work both those concepts in your recommendations?
So thank you, Mayor Kempf. I think the only way really to consider that what I'm seeing up on the screen right now from Councillor McGregor is completely against my recommendation number 1 in the report, whereby I'm trying to cancel the current policy. So this is really asking that we reconsider the policy and basically update it to accommodate these goals that are identified in this motion. So my recommendations in the report are solely revolving around moving towards the local improvement process, which is not, I guess, not going forward with any kind of community consultation type of process here. And it does leave it, as Councillor Solomon mentioned, it does leave it up to if the residents that fronting that road want a sidewalk, they pay for that capital cost through the local improvement process.
So I would have to say I would have to vote against this particular amendment then, because I do want those developers to pay for the sidewalk in new builds for sure, but I'm not opposed to you putting into the matrix consideration these community goals, the strategic priorities. But I do want a mechanism in there, as Councillor Brock McGregor said, that allows my neighborhoods who don't have a sidewalk who want to come forward and don't mind paying for it, to be able to have a mechanism to do so. Because currently there isn't one, and there needs to be one. So don't necessarily think these two things are exclusive. They just maybe are just exclusive when it comes to the current recommendations. Do you want to defer and bring it back to us? Would that help you?
Thank you, Mayor Kempf. As I understand the discussion here, it sounds like council is requesting that we come back with a policy that incorporates an element of local improvement as well as an updated matrix for general tax-based consideration with what's seeing on screen. And of course, continuing with our new development requirement for developers, which is, number 5 is that we continue to follow that. Essentially, it's really just kind of letting council know that we are adhering to our development standards for all new developments. But my number 1, this goes against number 1. So it's coming back with a new policy that also incorporates local improvement as well as an option.
I would make that motion.
All right, so we're looking at this report, then it doesn't look like we're going to make any amendments to it. The Councillor Foss, I have you as a speaker, and then Councillor B. McGregor will come back to you for final word, and then we'll vote on it.
Thank you, Your Worship. I echo Councillor Solomon's approach on this motion. I remember back when the policy was changed, and I didn't support the change at that time. My feeling is that if we don't go back to a community improvement approach, the demand for sidewalks could be very extensive. I also look at the $300,000 annual savings, and that's what council has directed administration to do, is to find efficiencies. And I think this is one of the ways that they can do that. Thank you.
Okay, final words, Councillor B. McGregor, then we'll vote on this.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. And I just wanted to clarify with Chris that this motion in no way excludes that we continue following the municipal development standards. So meaning this motion is still consistent with sidewalks and new developments. Is that how you read it, Chris?
Thank you, Mayor Kempf. That's correct. I would. We are still going to proceed with all new sidewalk requirements for new developments in accordance with our development standards.
Okay, thank you. So really functionally what I'm trying to do with this motion is say that we need to do to move this back to administration to update the matrix and how it considers different community goals when deciding where sidewalks will go. We need to continue to have new sidewalks in new developments as per the municipal development standards. So the only thing that it's removing is the local improvement component. And the reason that I've made this motion to remove that is, as I've said, it really just advantages those with means and disadvantages those without means. So functionally what that process does is it would put a community that is able to afford a new sidewalk ahead of a community that cannot pay for it. And I don't think that follows our strategic direction. Thank you.
With that, we'll put this motion to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes. Moving on to 15E, use and care of municipal highways bylaw.
Councillor McGrail, can I put this on the floor, and can I get Councillor Carew to second this?
Yep, so moved.
Seconded.
Councillor McGrail, the floor is yours.
Sure. This question is for Ryan. We talked about this today. So as I was reviewing that, obviously there's going to be some special circumstances within the guidelines. For example, on the side of the road, highways when producers are irrigating at different times of year. How would people be able to navigate around this bylaw and to be able to like legally be able to, you know, do the irrigation along the sideways, along the roadways?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Ryan Brown, Director of Public Works. So there is an existing mechanism for that. There is a program run by the PUC where some farmers are using municipal water to irrigate and run hoses down the roads, and farmers even who are not in that program and do want to run, you know, potable water down a road ditch to irrigate their farm, they just need to contact Public Works and get an encroachment permit from us. It's a standard form. They give us some insurance requirements, and it's a pretty straightforward process. This bylaw is, you know, to deal with some people who are being unreasonable with us. And we've had some issues in the past. We've had hoses laid in ditches that got cut by our mowers because we couldn't see them. We've had hoses run over roads, hoses run through drains that kind of block drainage problems. And so those are things we have a problem with, but we have no issue with checking out the website with Public Works or emailing or calling 311 to ask for this, and they can get a encroachment permit from us.
Perfect. Thank you, Ryan.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Still waiting for 3 votes, councillors. Remember to hit submit, please. All votes are in. Motion passes. 15F, right-of-way water access, surplus land review.
Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Latimer, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
So moved, Mayor Caniff.
Seconded.
Councillor Sakachi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I appreciate that. I think it's a very important effort that that staff did make in regards to this report. I do like to see. I'm just going to try to bring it up right now. I apologize. A number 4 added to the recommendations. If you could just. So I would like to also add number 4 to the recommendations, that administration look at potential ways to utilize divestment funds to invest in strategic access points for potential beautification and increased services. I think it's very important to note that if some of these communities are going to be losing some of their access points, that we strategically look at areas inside the community that can be made a little bit more beautified, as well as increased services to those areas. So if we can identify areas in the community that would be better serve the community for, from a safety standpoint, a tourist standpoint, as well as an economic standpoint, I think that we should also be looking at that. There is several communities in, the Mitchells Bay area, as well as Erio, that benefit from not just summer interactions in their community, but winter access as well. So we do know that, with the lake, there's a lot of beautiful access points in Erio, so to speak, that residents can access the lake. But I also think it's important to look at those places in the bay that they can access safely as well for winter activities such as ice fishing and skating and, different endeavors like that. So I would like to see number 4 added, and will be supporting this this report and recommendations.
Councillor Adam, are you good with that?
I am good with that, but I have a comment and a question as well.
Okay, Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Thompson, and then Councillor Harrigan.
I'd like to thank administration for this report, and the opportunity and statement to recognize that they have to recognize that we can't compromise infrastructure, emergency service, or for future planning requirements. But you said you wanted to summarize it in a future report to council. I'd like a timeline on that, because the people who are most interested in this, everything's in limbo. And it's been in limbo since I think I came on council 2 years ago. This reared its ugly head. And so I would like to see a timeline provided on this, or could you get us one, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Ryan Brown, Director of Public Works. The reason, when we said reports, was that, as indicated in the report, there's a lot of water access properties and there's a lot of surplus properties. So, to provide council with a holistic list of all these properties and ranked and say these ones are for divestment, I think that's a long-term ask. To maybe bring back council with a strategic list of, a short list of things that we see or that we've known about or that are going to require some significant costs in the near future. I mean, we could do that pretty quickly. I would think in a couple of months, we could maybe bring you a list, being cognizant that once they Public Works and Engineering and IES look at that and bring a list, we're going to have to take that for an internal staff review of all the departments to put their comments in on it. So it will take a couple of months, but I think that's a timeline that's reasonable.
That's fine, Mr. Brown. I think it's important for our residents to realize they've been waiting, and they've been waiting to get this report, even what our direction was going to be. But I think everything's just in limbo, and there are people who are worried that we're going to privatize it all, and there's not going to be any municipal access. Well, we know that can't be, but I'm pleased to hear that at least we'll get a strategic plan, even by the middle of next year. So when the community engagement, or what that will involve, how that's going to evolve, I think is pretty important for our residents to know. So thank you.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you very much to staff for bringing this this first step forward. It's been a long road to get here, clearly, as Councillor Latimer said, but I think it's important that we do it right. And I know there's been a lot of feedback, especially out of the community of Shrewsbury and Erio as well. So there's a lot of thorny issues to deal with. And again, just wanted to say thank you to all the hard work that's gone in to get us to this point. Thanks.
Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I'm just wondering if the mover and seconder are open to a friendly amendment on item number 3, which would add the phrase at the very end of the clause, following discussions at relevant committees or working groups. And the reason that I'm asking for that to be included is there are a couple of committees, and I will be putting a notice of motion in on specifically forming a working group later on, conversations around water. And I think it's important that not just staff have the conversation and then bring it to council, but also that we leverage our committees that have significant community members on them. And I know that there are a couple of committees that have talked about water that I have been a part of. So I'm hoping to kind of add that layer of engagement in as well. And also asking if it is a friendly amendment.
Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Latimer, are you good with that?
Yes, Mayor Caniff.
That's
Councillor
fine.
Latimer?
I think. Can I see what it actually is going to say?
And so, Mayor Caniff, I just wanted to add one quick comment in regards to that too, is that Mr. Brown indicated that the first initial phase could take a couple months to look at the strategic approach to the main ones. So I think that it's important that if this is going to be imposed on that time frame, that be commented on by Mr. Brown as well.
Yeah, so it's Councillor Harrigan. If I may quickly reply to that, the two committees that I'm thinking of are our Community Development Advisory Committee and our TK 2035 Committee, if we're speaking about committees, and both of them meet monthly. And I know that the chairs of both of those committees are quite flexible in terms of what goes on their agendas.
I will still consider that a friendly amendment. Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
And me as
And
well.
Councillor Latimer? All right, perfect.
Yes,
I have Councillor Oche, then followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know earlier for one of the items that were up, Councillor McGregor said that he hadn't really heard anything. This is another one that you hardly heard anything, but I've heard lots on it. So I am just wondering why we have so many reports tonight and recommendations and no consultation whatsoever. No consultation for this, nothing for the arena, nothing for the Leafs. It's boggling my mind tonight. I know there's another one coming up too that there's no consultation for. We're supposed to be visible for everything, and yet we are not. We're not letting the people that actually pay all these bills talk on this. I don't understand it. Like everybody out, everybody out across Chatham-Kent is my boss, but you know what? It's everybody's boss at Chatham-Kent. They are everybody's boss. So they should be able to have a say on these things. So I'm not sure why we're not reaching out to them, but this is so upsetting tonight. I can't believe all of these reports with no consultation whatsoever. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, and through the mayor. I just wanted to ask a question regarding the first item, all rights of way which enter the body to be signed, not suitable for water access. Number one, I'm curious, are we having problems with people accessing the land? So if you look at the map, there is a lot of access points throughout Chatham-Kent. I'm somewhat concerned that by signing them this way, we are pointing them out to be municipal throughways or whatever, which might increase public traffic through them, even though they're signed that they're not suitable for water access. I'm more worried that we're just going to point out that it is municipal land, so people will be using them. So I'm just wondering what the thought was behind that, and if we've had a problem, and why we would be signing them, or is it a liability on our part or something if we don't? So just would like an understanding on that, please, and thank you. Chris, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Ryan Brown.
Or sorry, Ryan. Yeah, Ryan, sorry.
Thank you for the question. So we've seen use of some of these lands, and I highlighted different kind of examples of what these things look like. And, you know, through conversations, through different avenues where we've been involved, we've come to find that, you know, there's footpaths that lead down to the water, and there's broken glass and garbage, and seeing people use these things. And you know, if there's questions on liability, I believe Dave Taylor would be more appropriate to provide that. However, you know, Public Works has seen it, and there's just some of these things that aren't safe. You know, the road ends, and those are maintained for cars to drive up to and turn around. However, these things, as I mentioned in the report, they're not being inspected to a standard for people swimming, for example. And so the sign is a means to tell people that, you know, no one's inspecting these things for water access use. They're being inspected as a road, not as a water access. Point taken on it might maybe point out that this is municipal land. I think a lot of them are fairly obvious where the road ends, but some of them are not. So point taken on that. But we have seen use, and I think this is one of a topic that hasn't been addressed in recent years of council, and what are we doing to address the use of these properties. So this is our recommendation in coordination with legal.
Okay, and just a follow-up. So most of these properties obviously are adjacent to people's personal lands, correct? And I'm assuming that majority of these people are maintaining these points of access as if they were their own. Am I correct in assuming that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd say you're correct for about 50% of them. Some of them are being maintained by adjacent landowners. Some of them are not being maintained by adjacent landowners, and some of them are being encroached upon by a municipal landowner that affects another adjacent landowner. So I would say there's lots of different ways this is occurring in the municipality.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes. 15G, bridge divestment criteria.
Can I get Councillor Harrigan and Councillor O'Shea to put on the floor, please?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. If I'm going to be asked to put on the floor, I will move that this be referred back to staff to provide more clarity around the community engagement, to include agricultural vehicles in their divestment matrix, and to engage with the community further.
Councillor
I
O'Shea.
will second that. I would second
Okay.
Melissa's motion. And I'd like to speak on it when I get.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I had a number of questions that I had sent to Thomas and Chris about this report, and ultimately, I think it comes down to a bit of a theme in terms of what we're seeing tonight, and that is I think that there's more to be done and more work to be done around this report. I had mentioned needing more information about the community engagement. As the report reads, it's not laid out clearly to me so that I would be reassured in understanding who is directly being communicated, if their farm or road or nearby bridge is going to impact their day-to-day life. It also isn't clear to me in terms of the traffic impact and the detour, if that considers agricultural vehicles. I had a conversation via email with Mr. T-Bear today, and he had noted that that was based on the speed limit, but I believe, that it's quite obvious when we're talking about bridge divestment, we are talking about rural bridges, and therefore the impact to rural vehicles is that much more. And a Google search told me, although others on council can probably be more specific, but the average agricultural vehicle that's used today is around 30 kilometers an hour for speed. So I want that to be considered by staff when presenting this back. And most importantly, I think that, we've had some very long-standing conversations about divestment. The report outlines the history of some of those conversations. And ultimately, I think that we are still in the middle of busy season for our agricultural workers. I think that there's some general frustration being felt by the agricultural community that whilst they are in their peak season, there's a number of conversations happening at council. And I think that there needs to be more consultation done around this report. And so that's the reasons why I am moving that this be referred. And if people are looking for a date, then I guess I would turn to Mr. Kelly to ask if he has an idea of when he may be able to provide those updates and for a report back to council.
Councillor Harrigan, can you repeat what you'd like as your motion?
Yes, that the report be referred back to staff for further public engagement and more detail provided around the public consultation and the agricultural vehicle considerations.
And Mr. Kelly, to Councillor Harrigan's question, what's the timing?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So with respect to the questions, what we've tried to propose here is very similar to the municipal class environmental assessment process. This is used by the Ontario government, the federal government. What we're trying to do is move to the same process that they have, where they basically, we would do the analysis, and as a bridge came up and it met all 5 criteria, we would put it out there online for a period of 30 days and wait for the feedback. We would certainly let people know that it was out there, members of the public. So that's our proposal, and I don't know what else we could add to that at this time. That's something we're trying to move to a standardized process that's used by everybody, exactly, and especially in this COVID world, I think that is really important. The second thing we did on top of this was reviewed previously with the Innovation Infrastructure Committee. Our previous matrix was reviewed with them. We told them what we had proposed, and what we've done is there was no feedback or any suggested changes from the Innovation Committee either. So we've tried to utilize that expertise in this report, and secondly is to really use a standardized process for public engagement. One of the challenges we always have is anytime we have a PIC is that we only usually get those who are impacted. And one thing that we're trying to work hard on is to try to get the entire Chatham-Kent view on these type of assets as well. So that's the advantage as well of putting this online for everyone to see and have that 30-day period. Then we would come back to council and we would summarize all the information we received. And with that, something else, again, we're trying to be innovative here, is that quite often we'll spend the way we used to do it. If we had this public engagement process, when it came back to council, we wouldn't entertain more deputations on the same subject. That's more efficient for council. And it as well, you just don't get the local voice, you get the entire summary of everybody who's commented on the report. So there is an advantage to council, we felt, with that approach. So I don't know what else we can do regarding the agricultural vehicle consideration. We looked at 10 minutes of inconvenience. I mean, that number can change to something different. We can certainly look at that very quickly and what that would be. So many of these things are really specific to the area in question, right? Because you could have, you know, a certain road of a great condition, a very short distance. So it was our best estimate. Really, the item number 4 was just, was the inconvenience that would be caused, was it reasonable, is what we were looking at. So that was the proposal we were looking at, and we can certainly tackle the agricultural vehicle consideration very quickly. I'm not sure about the public engagement. This is our proposal on the table. So if council doesn't agree with that, I'd like to understand what they would like us to change in that public engagement. Thank you. And then I can comment on timing.
So thank you. I understand in terms of your comment about the Innovation Committee providing response on this matrix that took place in January 2019. And then the background section of this report begins on October 2019. And so I think I would ask staff for a bit of consistency in terms of when they're going to identify what goes to the Innovation Committee and not, because there's been significant conversation about this since October 2019, which is further to the last Innovation Committee meeting that I understand discussed this from an email from Mr. Tiber. And I guess to the Mayor, through to Mr. Kelly, I don't think this council is looking for less feedback around bridge closures. I think, at least with this councillor, and perhaps by representing an all councillor through me sending this back, is asking for more understanding of the agricultural impact when staff are recommending the closing of a bridge. I recognize that if a bridge is closed, it may take myself less than 10 minutes to drive around. But there are large business owners called farmers with large pieces of machinery that go very slow. And I want to understand the impact of our agricultural infrastructure on our agricultural community. And further to that, I think that I would like to see staff have more conversation with our agricultural community and to note that in their reports when discussing divestment criteria. Those are all my comments.
So given that, Mr. Kelly, can you put a timeline on this particular motion? That how long would you need?
Well, again, the Innovation Infrastructure Committee was set up for that very reason. We have 3 representatives from the agriculture who, one of them is a KFA member, and their whole intention of their presence on that committee was to provide that feedback to us. So I would recommend that I take this back to the committee. I'll ask for their voice, their recommendations. I think we're probably, based on the requirement, probably into the new year on coming back on this report. So I would commit to February time period of 21.
Okay, so we can add that in there, Councillor Harrigan. Is that good with you?
Yes, thank you.
And the seconder for this, are you good with that as well?
I am.
Okay, we've got a list of a few people here. So Councillor Oche, I'll go to you, and then Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Your Worship. Once again, bringing this forward, no consultation. Farmers are in the field who this is going to affect the most. Melissa brought up something very well, very good. And you say 10 minutes out of the way. Well, that's 10 minutes going and 10 minutes coming back. So that's actually 20 minutes out of the way. For a combine or a tractor, that could be an hour a day. Could be more than that if they have to go bring their equipment back and hook up to a planter and go back and plant. So we really need to let people tell us what they think, especially since they're paying us all. I don't know how many times we're going to go around in a circle, but it seems to be no public consultation again on this either. I don't know what to tell you. I've never been so upset in the 6 years that I've been on council as I have tonight. So I know you want me to get going, Mayor. So I'm just going to say I am definitely standing behind this because I definitely want the farmers who use these roads and bridges to be able to voice an opinion. And I know they're going to be able to voice an opinion on a computer, but not all of them have computers. Not everyone does on the dirt road, or even in the city. I shouldn't say that, just on the dirt roads, but I definitely want this to come back with the consultation, not just from the KFA, because not every farmer is a KFA member. Thank you.
Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So I'm a little confused because I know I sit on this committee with those other individuals. My definition of divestment is, okay, we're going to put this bridge on our list that, eventually we're going to close it down. We're going to do limited repairs to this, and it's going to go into disrepair. And then we're going to shut it down. But in my view, and we've talked about it in our innovation committee, that, there's an option in here, and tell me if I didn't read it, but where's the option to put forth, hey, you know what? This bridge is on our list. Let's go talk to the rural, local individuals that, really use this bridge and would be really affected by the closing of this bridge, and see if there's not something there that, we can work together and then to eventually put it in the ownership of that producer. I think that's a very good, viable in some situations, not in all situations, but some situations that really needs to be put out there and explored. No deputations. I'm like, what are we? Like, okay, you can talk on this, but you can't talk on this. You know, everyone has a right to say what they would like to say and to be heard. This 10-minute traffic, you know, impedes. Melissa, Councillor Harrigan is completely right on that. You can't, you know, gauge a piece of equipment on how fast a car goes. And safety, you know, farm safety, equipment safety, driving safety, that is above all. This equipment goes 30K, 25K, you know, pulling a huge planter. We need to keep them off our highways. And it is very important to do that as much as we can, wherever we can, because that in itself is a safety to all of our citizens in Chatham-Kent. So I agree with what Councillor Harrigan's put forth, that it needs to be reviewed. And I want to see on that report who, you know, you talk to within the rural community. Part of it, we are urban and we are rural, and I agree with that. But I want to see who, like in consultation, you guys actually talked to and reviewed with. Thank you.
Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Pincinel.
Thank you, and through the mayor. I'm in support of this motion to be referred back to administration. I think that one thing that we seem to be very weak on in this municipality or around the council is providing proper consultation. We've heard it over again and over again tonight. And so, you know, I think that if we take away anything from this, regardless how this motion moves forward, that we need to have some recommendations coming back from administration to set up some form of policy or procedure on how we actually perform our consultation with the community so that it's consistent across the board. I'll leave it at that because we're getting late. Thanks.
Mayor Caniff, if I could just add, this whole process, this is the information on the matrix itself. The matrix is going to help us determine what bridges are potential for divestment, and then the public engagement starts. So in this particular report, again, this was reviewed by the infrastructure committee a long time ago. We really felt the basis of the matrix actually was approved back in 2013 by council. We just simply built off of that, and the matrix is just designed to help establish the criteria. There's no elimination of public engagement. It's just, it follows after using this as a criteria. And that's the process we're recommending, is this 30-day proposal. We'll also reach out to those who are impacted directly. That was our intention, but is to come back with a report to say, here's a bridge that met the matrix criteria, and here's all the feedback we got from the community. So that's what we're asking council to approve tonight, just that concept, the public consultation. We've spent many years on the public consultation on the matrix itself. And we think we're at a point here where it's a good guide, but again, it's only a guide. At the end of the day, council will take all of the public engagement information, and council will make the decision whether or not the bridge should be divested or not. That's the process that we're asking council to approve. So I'm concerned that the direction is, we're moving in a direction away from that. We're actually just laying out the matrix, and we establish that, followed by the public consultation, followed by a report to council, and council makes the final decision on whether or not it's divested. And even at that point in time, you could come back and say, we want more public consultation, or we want more input on that. But that's what we're trying to lay out for tonight.
Councillor Pincinel, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, Worship. I agree. This needs to be sent back and get consultation. The My fear, if this passed tonight as it stands, has become the gospel. Tonight we kept hearing staff referring to the October 19th meeting and saying council directed us to do this. Well, you can bet if we pass this, when the bridge comes to be closed, council directed us to do this. I in no way want to give up my say in whether a bridge is closed or not. It should be done on a case by case. And I agree with involving the ag community because honestly, they're going to be the most affected in this whole process. I don't know if COVID's being used or not, but we do need more consultation. Tonight, it's a frustrating night for me as well, as other councilors have mentioned. This just needs to be sent back and done properly. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Foss.
I'm in agreement with my co-councilors. Thomas, really, you say this matrix was developed back in 2013. It's 2020. So we're asking you to take it back, just check that everything there is supposed to be there. But most importantly, I think we're asking you, what is your process for consultation, particularly with the ag community who's most impacted with regard to that particular bridge? And a proposal online for a period of 30 days to get comment or feedback. Well, that doesn't take into consideration that a lot of the 30-day periods in a year, those farmers are engaged on their land. And that's what Councillor Harrigan is trying to impart. So we have to come up with an alternative way that no matter what time of year that period of 30 days is occurring, that we are going to have a good reflection of what the particular community of agricultural producers that are going to be most impacted, how are we going to ensure that we have their input? So that's what I don't see in here, and we did talk about that. So that's why I'm going to support Councillor Harrigan's request for referral back, but that's what I want to see. Okay, so just the process for the Innovation Committee is confirmed that the matrix is up to date, it's relevant, and so that when you bring those divestment requests to us, that the Innovation Committee has backed that, endorsed it, and that you can tell us, you can give us a true reflection of what that the most impacted ag committee or ag producers, we have a true reflection of that so that we can make our educated and our decision based on that.
Mayor Kenneth, this is Chris Tieber, Director of Engineering. Can I add a quick point to that, just to help clarify or a comment made?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. So just want to go back to what Thomas explained about the municipal class environmental assessment process. For public notification, when we do these public meetings, I know during COVID it's been challenging to doing everything virtually, but ultimately the media releases, the notifications through social media, the assistance from the local councillors in your respective wards, and of course the mail outs that we're going to continue to do and ensure that we capture everyone impacted by a specific bridge. So if it meets all 5 criteria that's identified in this report, we will do all of our best notification to get the word out that we're going to have this public meeting online through either through a Let's Talk CK forum or through whatever kind of forum that satisfies the municipal class environmental assessment process and really captures everyone's input that is affected by this bridge, the agricultural, the residential, the commercial, the institutional, you name it, whoever is ultimately going to be impacted. We want to get those comments and feedback in front of you in this separate report so that you can then make that informed decision. So we are definitely not eliminating public consultation, and that's why we didn't include consultation with this report, because we're including it as part of on a project by project basis. We are just give us the opportunity to look at a bridge. If it meets the criteria, we will then go out to the public accordingly. If 30 days isn't enough, then let me know. We can up that period maybe a little bit and put it out for a little bit longer so that we really ensure that we capture everyone's comment and feedback. The other thing too I wanted to just note is that we're planning on doing this once a year. So we're going to evaluate all of our bridges kind of in accordance with our our bridge plan that we have with a 5-year, 20-year bridge plan. However, we analyze our bridges through our OSIM records, and we're going to run through this criteria, and we're going to make a lot of recommendations. It could be 5 bridges one year, 10 bridges another year, and then we're going to try and capture them all and identify them all in a group and bring them forward to you all at one time, so that you have that opportunity to and the public have that opportunity to evaluate each bridge, and then they will be brought forward back to council for that final consideration that demonstrates public consultation. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm looking at the report and I'm quite comfortable, because if you read item number 4 on page 2, confirms or establishes a community engagement strategy for any divestment, rationalizing, or right sizing. This strategy should consider the importance of notifying impacted residents and discussing divestment of assets near their place of residence. And that this will come back to council at the time for them to vote on at that time. And so I see nothing more than what you're asking for right now. So I will be supporting the original motion.
Okay,
Point
Councillor
of
Harrigan.
order, Mayor. Yeah, just a point of order on that. That was the motion that I brought forward historically on the October 7th, 2019 council meeting. And so the recommendation matrix that we're reviewing translates that on page 4 of the report, just for clarity. I just wanted to say, in response to Thomas and Chris and our staff members, I am not doubting that there has been a lot of thought that's gone into table 1 and the corresponding description around how engagement will take place. What I'm asking for is to provide us more clarity within that. I would like to know, both of you mentioned that, yes, letters will go out. I would like to see on paper how, far away from an asset you must live, or on what road, or what that distance is, so that when community members come to me as a counselor and say, well, how will I know if my bridge is up? I can give them a very clear answer. When you are providing this table for description around safety and traffic volume, I would like this table to consider agricultural vehicles. So that's the feedback that I'm giving about the process. And so I think that when I'm saying more public consultation needs to go into that, I'm not talking about public consultation on individual assets. I'm talking about the public consultation that I feel is still needed to polish this matrix that I'm looking at on table 1. And I just want to provide that clarity so that staff are aware that I understand your response, but that's the feedback that I have. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll put this to vote.
One more. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, with that, it's 5 to 10. I would like to make a suggestion that we take the rest of the meeting and we have another meeting next Monday. We'll never get through it by 10 o'clock. We may not get through this till 10:30. So the other option is we get an extension 10:30 and try and get through it. But it's been a long night so far, so I'm not sure how much more we want to try and grab a hold of. So Councillor C. McGregor.
Excuse me, through the mayor. Actually, I would like to extend, because I think we only have one item left on the agenda other than my closing reports. But I think I can, if you let me do this, I've got a referral here also, so it could be done very quickly.
All right, so I'll need an seconder for the extension. Councillor Harrigan.
I will second the extension.
Okay, I'm suggesting 10:30. Councillor C. McGregor and Councillor Harrigan, good with that?
Fine with me.
Yeah, yes.
Is anyone opposed to an extension to 10:30? Councillor Bondi, you're opposed. Anyone else? Seeing that motion passes, we'll go to 10:30.
Okay, 15H, conversion of movable bridge, community of Wallaceburg.
Councillor C. McGregor and Councillor McGrail, can I get the two of you to put it on the floor, please?
Yes, I will put it on the floor. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'll second it.
So Councillor C. McGregor, I was understanding that you wanted to put a motion to refer instead of the motion on the report. So is that,
Yes.
which motion are you moving?
The motion to refer.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
And yes, I just wanted to make that the recommendations be referred back to administration until the completion of the secondary plan for the south side of Wallaceburg, which was brought to us by the Community Development and Planning Services on the October 19th, 2020 meeting.
Okay,
And, oh, go ahead.
I was
Sorry.
just going to see Councillor McGrail's good with that. You thought you were.
I'm okay.
All right. Sorry. Continue on there, Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. I'm not necessarily opposed to hire a consultant to lead a community consultation to determine the need of our movable bridges, the Dundas and Murray Street bridges in Wallaceburg. But I believe that the consultation shouldn't proceed until we've done the south side study, until that's been completed. We approved that at the October 19th meeting. And also Councillor Hall and I had asked for infrastructure reports on the two bridges, which we did receive on Friday. However, like one of them's over 200 and the other one's 150 pages. So needless to say, we haven't really had the appropriate time to even to look at those. But I think with our future study coming up and in enveloping her, including the basin in Wallaceburg and the waterways, that it just makes sense to the study of these bridges, which I know needs to happen, but that it happened after we decided how we want the south side of Wallaceburg and in the basin to look going forward.
Okay, I see no questions, so we'll put it to vote.
Still waiting for one, council, please. All votes are in.
Okay,
Motion passes.
we'll move to notices of motion. We have 5 of them as far as I see the count here. So I'll go to Councillor Latimer to start with, then Councillor Oche.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, I, Councillor Mary Claire Latimer, hereby provide notice that I will bring forward the following motion at the November 23rd, 2020 council meeting for discussion and voting. Whereas there are 749 individuals currently on the wait list for affordable and are geared to income housing in CK, whereas Chatham-Kent has significant volume of underutilized housing capacity across the municipality with a growing senior population wishing to safely and independently age in place for as long as possible, whereas Chatham-Kent remains a housing first champion. Therefore, be it resolved that Community Human Services and Community Development staff investigate and report back to Council by January 14th, 2021 on the requirements for implementation, maintenance, and potential community partnership benefits of enabling provision of a Chatham-Kent home share program, the aim of which is to ensure that all home providers and home seekers in Chatham-Kent have an opportunity to live in affordable, shared accommodation with peace of mind, financial resilience, and mutual support and benefit for all parties involved.
Okay, Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Your Worship. Whereas at the October 19th, 2020 meeting, Council directed that any applications received under the commemorative naming policy be temporarily placed on hold until council received a report following the valuation of assets in a naming right sponsorship plan. Therefore, be it resolved that administration investigate the renaming of the Wheatley Soccer Field to Michael Liberty Soccer Field in accordance with the commemorative naming policy and report back to council. This motion will require a 2/3 vote to reconsider the direction to put naming applications on hold. Thank you.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Actually, sorry, point of order. Maybe Judy could answer this for me, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, since I need a 2/3 vote, do we do that now or do we do that after all of them?
No, it'll be next week, Councillor Oche. When we get to that item, I will just mention that this has already been voted on council and we require 2/3 vote. If we get it at that time, we'll move on. If we don't, then it just, we move on to the next item.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay to go, Mayor Caniff?
Yes, go ahead.
I, Councillor Anthony Sakachi, here provide notice that I'll be bringing the following motion on the November 23rd meeting for voting and discussion. Whereas the municipality of Chatham-Kent has a dust suppressant service level and budget that many residents feel inadequate, and whereas dust suppressant offer not only a quality of living for property owners, but equity protection to their damage of crops and equipment, be it resolved that administration provide a detailed report to help increase efficiencies, including define and review current service level, developing a program that has the potential to partner with residents/businesses to offer them additional spot treatments at cost, effective ways to administer the dust suppressant to the most utilized and high traffic roads in a more efficient way, evaluate the current budget and evaluate a base budget life cycle that if not utilized carries over for additional years, and evaluate it for the current budget allocated is sufficient to maintain the level of service, and ways to overall improve the service.
Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I, Councillor Harrigan, hereby give notice that I will bring forward the following motion for discussion and voting at the November 23rd, 2020 council meeting. Whereas Chatham-Kent's geography includes significant bodies of water and waterways, and whereas among the features that contribute to the attractiveness and livability of the municipality are its lakes, rivers, and open spaces, and whereas there exists a unique water culture in Chatham-Kent, with various communities working towards establishing goals for their waterfront or water access ways, or celebrating their proximity to water in various ways. And whereas there exists the need to discuss the infrastructure, community, recreation, tourism, and environmental components of CK waterways. Therefore, be it resolved that Chatham-Kent establish a working group focused on water in Chatham-Kent, and that this working group will be co-chaired by the current chairs of the CK 2035 Committee and the Community Development Advisory Committee. This working group will provide opportunity for community stakeholders, staff members, and council to participate in community-based discussions about our approach to waterways in Chatham-Kent, and that an open call for interested community members be made for participation on the working group for commencement by January 2021, and that a report to council be provided with the recommendations of the working group no later than January 2022, so interim reports may be provided.
Okay, closed session reports.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I would move the council closed session report from tonight. Absent were Councillor Finn and Councillor Hall. Councillor directed administration on proposed disposition of land by municipality with regard to offer to purchase Kirk Street and Park Street, Community of Chatham, Section 2392C, Municipal Act 2001, and proposed acquisition of land by the municipality and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with regard to Rondo Park, Section 2392C and F of the Municipal Act 2001.
Okay, communication items. Oh, sorry. Yes, can I get the seconder from Councillor Oche?
Yes, you can.
Okay, we'll put it to vote.
Still waiting for one, council. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, communication items. Is there any items to be pulled? Councillor Latimer?
Yes, thank you. I had a couple of items. 2J, the consultation and proposed accommodation requirements for the temporary foreign worker program. This is a survey for both foreign workers and for their employers, farmers. That's to be completed by through December 22nd. And I'm wondering, is our economic development team sharing this with all of our stakeholders here in our community?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It's Don Shropshire, the CEO speaking. The executive management team has received a copy of the consultation documents, and it will be, I'm sorry, Judy, are you flagging me or? Sorry, Judy's waving and making hand motions. I thought there was a mic. With respect to the consultation, it's been circulated, and EMT is going to be looking at the strategy to get that out into the community. Bruce McAllister is going to be coordinating the response on behalf of the municipality. One of the things we need to check into is whether that consultation document was sent directly to the farming community, or whether there's an expectation that we have to distribute that.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Also, 2N Civil Remedies Grant Program. I assume this program information and eligibility again will be shared with our respective community partners.
Yes. We'll commit to
Good
doing
answer. All right, and the other is are we doing resolutions now too, Mayor Caniff? I'm just going to continue on here.
Oh, yes, continue on.
Okay, with regards, we've had at least 4 requests from 4 different municipalities again for cannabis land use management and enforcement issues. I know we're awaiting a report from Bruce McAllister and our planning team. However, I think it would be, I actually wanted to ask council's opinion with regard to whether or not, I don't think we have we're opposed to this land use management and enforcement issue problem, but should we not be responding and supporting these other municipal resolutions at this point?
Well, if you'd like to put a motion forward, we can, we'll do that.
I would like to do that.
Okay, a seconder? Sorry, what is the motion, Councillor Harrigan?
Actually, it's Councillor Latimer. I think that's
Yeah.
that's okay. That we support. I think we're Tweed, Wellington. There's another in Norfolk and Clare. I can't even read my own writing. But there's the 4 municipalities who asked that that the provincial government and federal government look at land use management and enforcement issues. There's several. One of being that the licenses are handed out regardless of the municipal zoning that's in place, and that's a major issue. And I know it is for us as well. But if you look at the resolutions, they all call for this to be examined and that the federal government tighten this issue and consult with the municipalities with regard to what they are looking for in protection from these the cannabis producers and growers.
Okay, so you just, the motion would read, do you want us to send supporting letters for those 4? Is that kind of a summary?
Yes, please.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that? Last call for a seconder. Oh,
I'll do that.
I'll second that.
Councillor Foss.
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, any other questions regarding that? Hearing none, we'll put that to vote. Anyone, sorry, anyone opposed? Seeing none, okay, we will send 4 letters then.
Thank you very much. And my last one was through the news media releases. I wanted to just take note that Ontario takes action to reduce plastic pollution in the Great Lakes, has recognized Erio and Mitchell's Bay, specifically in Chatham-Kent, for these projects to take place. And I wondered, both, I know that Erio is looking for further information and perhaps a presentation through council to occur. I'm sure the residents of Mitchell's Bay wouldn't oppose that. Is there any sense or a direction from administration that that's going to happen?
Councillor Latimer Redstone, Shropshire speaking. Could you please just refer me to the section in the information package that you were referring to? I
It's
just
under
need to make sure that
news. Yep, news media
this is
releases.
the
News release from the
plastic
news.
pollution. I can
Yeah,
commit to
yeah,
following
Ontario
up
takes
with.
action.
Thank you. 4A. Thank you. I'll commit to following up with Bruce McAllister on the plastic pollution in the Great Lakes piece, and we can come back to you with a draft in which we want to go forward. I'm sorry, I need to go back and reread the document to find out exactly what you'd like us to do.
Well, I think the communities are interested in what's happening, what next steps are, and what the actual this program means for our community. So I was looking for even perhaps someone from the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks would come and do a presentation to council to give us more information about next steps and what's involved in this, because it's pretty exciting that we have, out of all of this across the province, we have 2 of the projects of the 4
Understood.
announced.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I will make a commitment to follow up with Bruce, and we will contact Minister Urick's Minister of Environment and confirm whether we can actually provide that type of information for council. Thank you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crew and Bondi, can I get you to put the communication items up, please?
So moved.
Seconded.
All right, anyone opposed? Carried. Non-agenda business. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. I had a chance to meet with a couple of residents down in Shrewsbury today in regards to an issue with some drainage. Now, I know that's not surprising given Shrewsbury and Shrewsbury being low and the water being high. However, I want to stress this was a different issue, actually. It was water that appeared to be, or is rather, not appeared, is backing up due to culverts in Shrewsbury. A mixture, I believe, of both our culverts and residential culverts. So I had a couple of questions for, I'm not sure if it would be Ryan Brown, but I expect it would be.
I am on the line, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. I guess first off, just so residents know, for a culvert that's running underneath, say, my driveway or a resident's driveway, whose responsibility is that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that depends. If it's so you're saying your driveway on the road portion over the ditch. If
Yes.
that ditch is a roadside ditch, as we call it, so generally these are kind of small, right? Like a foot deep or 2 feet deep. Then that is the responsibility. Generally, the home, when it's built, they put it in the first time. Public Works takes care of it from then on. If it is a municipal drain, that is different, and that is dealt with the drainage department and assessed out to the drain. In Shrewsbury, there is, I don't believe there's any municipal drains. So those culverts in Shrewsbury would be the responsibility of Public Works. gentlemen.
Okay, so how do we get Public Works out to at least assess the drains and figure out exactly what's going on? I've had some calls saying, we've called City Hall. They've come to blow it out. That doesn't really seem to work. And then the Public Works truck is on its way. So how do we get a more fulsome look, specifically at Brock Street from about, well, for the length of Brock Street, actually?
So thank you for the question. So I dug into this when I first saw you were going to bring this up tonight. I did talk to the road supervisor and the manager down there, and I know if there was some wrongdoings on our behalf of communication, we apologize. But we did look, and we have been out there several times talking to different owners, so we can maybe connect on who these people are and reach out to them. And we can try to do a more wholesome review, but as you mentioned before, with Shrewsbury lying so low in comparison to lake levels, a lot of that roadside drainage does not have proper outlet. That being outlet that is below the lake to get this water to drain. So we're definitely going to review, and we can get those contacts from you and try to look at this bigger picture. And we have addressed with Shrewsbury in the past doing more work out there. These wet conditions are not the greatest time to do this work. But
yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I think you get my point. If maybe we could connect after and we can do some more discussions with owners.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be great because you're right. Shrewsbury is low. The individuals I spoke with today totally agree. We think the issue might be different, and more than anything, I think we kind of like to get the bottom of the issue on Brock right now. If it is low, that's one thing that we all have to accept. I just want to make sure that it's not more of an infrastructure issue or a failure there that we're dealing with. So I'll connect with you after. Thank you, Ryan.
If I could just add one thing to that, I would add it, if anyone in Shrewsbury or anywhere else is having a concern, that the absolute most efficient way is to now call 311 and get that tracked. Because I know a lot of these requests come through email or they stop a Public Works employee. If they call 311, at least we have that record, and that's the most efficient way.
Absolutely. I have filed an ACR, so looking forward to following up with you. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. The question that I have is actually directed to our CFO, Mr. Gord Quinton. And what I'm just wondering is if there could be some clarity provided to council and to the larger community around the conversation that we had regarding the 0% budget. And specifically, my question is regarding how staff is building the budget aiming for 0% in consideration of some of the prior year's budget commitments. So specifically towards our asset management plan and also to our underground storm systems.
Thank you. This is Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer speaking. So in past years, Council has passed motions supporting a target of an inflation budget for operations plus the asset management plan items. So administration has been working under the assumption that Council provided direction on August 10th, requesting a 0% target for the operations side, plus the 1% for our asset management plan, plus the $675,000 or 0.42% for storm sewer infrastructure as directed in the 2020 budget, and plus the municipal funds for the municipal share of the DMAF federal grant projects. We were proposing to phase that in over 3 years. So for year 2, that was additional $541,000 or another 0.33%. So it's our opinion that the motion from Council on August 10th was a target of an overall tax increase of 1.75% to cover the asset side of the books and 0% for the operation side.
Thank you. I think that very much clarifies for me the approach that staff is taking with regards to the 0% direction. And I think for many of the members of our public, recognizing that during COVID, we really want to watch our budget. But that being said, just like as we manage our households, we don't want to sacrifice on things that are worth investing in despite these trying times. So thank you for that clarity.
Perhaps I could just add an additional comment, because I am concerned that there are unrealistic expectations out there, and I would like it to be perhaps clarified more from council, but EMT will be formulating the draft budget over the next 3 weeks. But in advance of those meetings, I can tell you that it'll be extremely difficult to meet the 0% target for the operational side with the financial pressures currently facing the municipality without deep cuts to services and service levels. And I've heard loud and clear tonight that council does not wish to discuss service cuts. We will be bringing an updated report to the December 14th council meeting with our October variance and an advance report on where we stand going into the budget deliberations in January once we get through our EMT deliberations. But we know right now it'll be very difficult. Our 2020 budget decisions put us at a 1% hit right off the bat to our base budget because we funded with one-time revenues last year. So not only is it 0%, it's really a target of -1%. So EMT is concerned.
Thank you. I will say that I think on council, there's also various levels of comfort with the approach to 0%, not because certainly council doesn't want to drive towards that 0%, recognizing the trying times people may be in, but because of the reasons you just explained. So I feel like there's more conversations to come.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you to the mayor. I just wanted to put a shout out to the community-wide toy and food drive upcoming on November 21st. Gift to all the organizers, community captains, and thousands of community volunteers. We really look forward to enthusiastic community support and participation in this event, which is so worthwhile for all in our community. Thank you.
Councillor McGrail.
There we go. I just want to take 2 seconds to acknowledge the LaPreeze family. On November 4th, Councillor Kirkwood White and I attended a virtual meeting where with Ducks Unlimited, the LaPreeze family worked together with them so they could acquire 500 acres of St. Luke's Marsh here in Dover. So what that means is that that it's going to retain its coastal wetland for long-term protection. So I think this is a great move for Ducks Unlimited and, you know, on behalf of the LaPreeze family to conserve our waterways. So I just want to say thank you to them.
Okay, we'll move into reading of the bylaws. First and second, Councillor Solomon and Councillor Finn, can they participate on the floor, please?
Sorry, Mayor Caniff, I had a brief notice of motion in the non-agenda business.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Scotchy.
So I apologize. It's just important that we waive the notice of motion for this. I, Councillor Sakachi, waive the notice of motion and indicate that Chatham-Kent grant free use of the John D. Bradley Center exhibit hall for the gift event on November 21st and a few days after for storage and sorting purposes. Keep it very, very short. This isn't just one community group that this is benefiting. There's over 30 groups involved in this. They don't have the time to facilitate a larger area, and they really require the space. And this is going to benefit our community. And I think that this is an initiative that needs to be supported. And I do apologize for the late notice.
Okay, Councillor Finn, will you second that?
Happy to second that one.
Okay, we need a 2/3 vote. No? Oh, sorry. Okay, yes. Anyone opposed to this? Seeing none, we've got the Bradley Center being used then. Great. Reading of the bylaws, first and second. Councillor Solomon and Councillor Finn.
I I can make that motion if there's.
Okay, Councillor Scott, you second that.
Consider it a second, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, anyone opposed? Carried. The third and final reading, Councillor Foss, Councillor Pinsino.
So move.
I'll second it.
Anyone opposed? Carried. Resolution, council in closed session, adjournment.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I would move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, November 23rd, 2020, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
Councillor Wright, you second that?
I'll second that, Mayor. Thank you.
Anyone opposed? Carried. Did it with 2 minutes to spare. Thanks, everyone.